We join Aston Villa's story in a place totally unfamiliar to them. Third Division football, or what the kids call these days League One. This was their bottom, and yet it took them under a decade to resurface to the top of English football. This is how they did it.
Final whistle goes. Spurs have won the Football League Cup of 1971. Yes, he can, but he's got a chance for a second one goal. Graham scores.
Potted history of Aston Villa in 3-2-1. George Ramsey pitched up in Birmingham and was the all-encompassing secretary-manager that won the club its first 6 league championships between 1894 and 1910. This included only the second ever double won in English football in 1897. He'd added a further 6 FA Cups, the talented little sausage, and it was only when Eric Horton turned up in the 50s that they won another trophy. That was the club's 7th cup in 1957 that stopped Matt Busby's Manchester United from repeating what they had done 60 years prior, and that was win the double. Upon the hiring of Joe Mercer in 1958, Villa would be successful again. Firstly, they'd gain promotion back to the top flight in his first full season. Then they'd make the most of an ambivalent top flight towards the newly formed League Cup by taking them to 2 of its first 3 finals. The inaugural edition in 1961, which they won, and 2 years later, well, let's not speak about that one. Despite all of that, Mercer was bizarrely on the wrong end of abuse from his supporters and resigned due to ill health in 1964. Then the descent really took hold. Dick Taylor, then Tommy Cummins, were unable to thwart Villa's slide back into the second division before what was advertised as light at the end of the tunnel in 1969. Enter Doug Ellis. The new chairman led a consortium that promised Villa the world, a flash new manager in Tommy Docherty and £400,000 worth of player, which made the club the costliest in the second tier. After a 5-3 loss against Portsmouth in January 1970, and with the third division now an insanely real probability, Ellis sacked his first manager as Aston Villa chairman. 4 points cut adrift at the foot of the table, it didn't appear that anybody could save the Villa now. And just because I'm introducing a new section to this video, don't get all excited by thinking that Villa were now bound to stay up. Vic Crowe had been drafted in all the way from Atlanta, Georgia, but yes, it took him over a month for his new team to cobble together both points from a single match. It was his most important yet, a 1-0 home triumph over fellow relegation candidates, Charlton Athletic. Crowe's first victory still left the Villa bottom of the pile, but with a glimmer of hope as it kept just 2 points the distance between themselves and Preston in the final spot of safety in 20th. Meanwhile, Charlton was still housed in the drop zone with them. And what better way to signal your intent at a new club than to get just 1 point from the next 5 matches, including in the reverse fixture away to Charlton. Safety was virtually impossible now as Villa rolled back from their Easter Saturday defeat on the Blackpool coast. Charlton sat 5 points ahead and the second City derby was right around the corner. I.e., no finer time to go across town and grab the second victory of the Vic Crowe regime, thanks to goals from Pat McMahon and Bruce Rioch. A point at home to Oxford United no less than 24 hours later should have been a celebratory one, except both Charlton and Preston picked up draws on their Easter Tuesday clashes. The wound was reopened back to 4 points in April's first contests as Charlton themselves got a creditable point at Oxford, whilst Villa went down to a single goal defeat at Filbert Street. Not even Preston were losing as they kept pace with Charlton with a Watford stalemate. The following week everything changed. Both Preston and Charlton were down 3-0 by Blackpool and Blackburn respectively, and not only that, but Villa began to win again. Willie Anderson and Brian Godfrey with the goals at home to Borough on April the 8th, but it still kept Villa rooted to the bottom of the table. Before 5 days later, Pat McMahon came up trumps with a winner over Sheffield United that had Villa out of the drop zone for the first time in a long while. Only problem was, they'd run out of games, and neither of their relegation rivals had played their final matches yet. Preston had Cardiff, but first Charlton entertained Bristol City 24 hours after Villa had finished their season. Should either Preston or Charlton win, Villa were down. And that's exactly what Charlton did, consigning Aston Villa to the third tier for the first time ever. They started off impeccably, first with a win away to Chesterfield, before going on a run that saw them lose just once from their first 13 league contests. Level on points with second place Torquay United, it was a steady start if anything, which only appeared to get better with the advent of 1971. Look around Villa Park in the first weeks of 71 and you'd think that this was a team on the cusp of something historic. They rebuffed the injury woes of Bruce Rioch with the tantalising form of Chico Hamilton, and not only were they top of the tree by February, but they'd had themselves a merry little cup run. The League Cup naturally took them through the challenges of Notts County, Burnley, Northampton, Carlisle and Bristol Rovers before an incredible two-legged occasion against a Manchester United team that had recently been crowned Kings of Europe.
And Hamilton looking for it, and look ahead, and a goal! And he looked ahead! Aitken getting in each other's way! Kidd, oh, brilliant bit of work by Kidd! It's a goal, a great goal! Lockhead, he's got it! Oh, beautiful leap! Henderson. McMahon, he scored! McMahon has scored for the Villa!
Yeah, Villa were supposed to be languishing in the third flight of English football, and yet they were penciled in for a final showdown with Tottenham Hotspur in late February. Nothing could halt Villa's excitement, not even the wobbles away to Bradford and Bury. They were Wembley bound.
Chivers looking for it with his head, Gilsey, this must be a chance for Spurs, his neighbour goes in, Chivers, there it is, Martin Chivers, there is Chivers now, good control by Chivers, and he's done it again, Martin Chivers, oh what a goal by Chivers.
The come down was massive. Level pegging with the promotion places on the day of the final had become 4th place and 3 points off the pace a full 5 weeks and 6 matches later where Villa hadn't won. A 3-goal haul over Swansea was a brief respite as Easter passed by with 1 point from 3 matches. Promotion was cancelled. They would make no mistake the second time around. They'd already got a core of the team together, signing Bristol Rovers' Ray Graydon for the wing and West Brom's Jimmy Coombs for goal. Now was the time to play some football.
Hamilton is there for the return, the goalkeeper up his line, Hamilton! Graydon! And he found the gap! Davis has come for it! And found the score!
A little rough around the edges in the first weeks, Villa occupied a similar place in the 3rd division by the time their FA Cup campaign was thwarted at the first hurdle by Southend United on November the 20th. From then on in, however, they'd barely be stopped. Only trips to Rochdale, Brighton and Torquay were empty-handed visits, whilst Villa dropped just 1 point at home from their remaining 14 home fixtures. The signings of Liverpool's Ian Ross and Luton's Chris Nicol eked out yet more quality from an already rampaging Villa. The results, an assault on the 3rd division. A record 70 points meant an unassailable tally and promotion to the 2nd division at the second time of asking, with promotion confirmed in a 5-1 drubbing at home to Torquay. Villa came out all guns blazing for their return to the level, sinking 7 teams before October had had chance to turn up. They strutted into the month top of the pile, tight at the back, scoring enough goals and showing no signs of slowing down. Then came the slump.
And here's Casper to chase this one, it's a good shot. Oh, a brilliant goal! McIntosh, Fraser, what a good goal! What a good goal!
And there's Hughes, he's got a chance, he should score!
One win from their next 9 league fixtures bred an inconsistency that left promotion unrecoverable. They'd failed to win in the FA Cup again, this time more understandably at the home of recent champions Everton, and by that point they'd collapsed to 5th place. Whilst a late rally of 7 unbeaten inched Villa back up to 3rd, they were far removed from the required pace to grace the top flight once again. The subsequent season followed a similar pattern. Hard to beat and in the promotion conversation in late autumn, yet firmly out of the picture thanks to a disastrous Christmas time that saw 4 losses from 5. This time there would be no late uptick as Villa squelched to a piss-poor 14th in the league, surrounded by no hope as Bristol City's has-beens Portsmouth and never will be's Millwall. Behind the scenes it was a bit of a shambles too. Doug Ellis replaced by Jim Hartley until he reassumed power mere days later, and come the end of the musical chairs it was Doug Ellis with the power to appoint their next manager. To say they struck lucky was an understatement. After names like Brian Clough, Gordon Jago and even Alf Ramsey had been bandied about in public, Manchester City's Ron Saunders was the man selected to fill the void left behind by Vic Crowe. With the club neither revelling in the glories of the First Division nor facing the financial disaster of the third tier, the idea was to awaken the sleeping giant. It started with Frank Carradus, who followed Saunders from Main Road as the new manager's only incoming in the summer of '74. Slowly but surely the Saunders ideals were forming and the right results were being realised by the time 1975 swung around. 7th place with a game in hand, the Villa were primed for any slip-up. And by that point anyway, the League Cup had smiled down on Villa. It was by no means an easy ride to the latter stages, however. They required replays against each of Everton, Crewe Alexandra and Hartlepool United before sinking Colchester United at the first time of asking in the December quarter-final. As it just so happens, the semi-finals wouldn't be represented by a single top-tier outfit, and still Villa got incredible luck to miss out on the fellow second division sides Manchester United and Norwich City when paired off with 4th-tier Chester. They weren't to be sniffed at, as wins over Leeds and Newcastle in prior rounds proved. They would get a draw out of Villa on home soil in the first leg of the semi-final before they were finally vanquished, only just 5-4 in aggregate at Villa Park. The final was pencilled in for the first day of March, the last day of what would prove to be a pivotal fortnight in Villa's season. First they limped out of the FA Cup with defeat away to Ipswich Town before rebounding in the league at Portsmouth. 4 days beyond that, an afternoon of paramount importance when league leaders Manchester United travelled to Villa Park, yes, Manchester United of the second division.
They're trying to find Great, the shot up for him, and a goal! Play Great, 1-0. That's Aitken. It's in there. Charlie Aitken.
Promotion was back in Villa hands, with the top 3 gaining the right to call themselves a top-tier team ahead of the 75-76 campaign. Villa knew that if they kept winning, they'd sooner or later be ahead of Norwich City and up. And speaking of Norwich, they were Villa's upcoming Wembley opponents, the team standing in their way of a second League Cup title. Ron Saunders had been in charge of the Canaries the last time they had made the final, 2 years prior in defeat to Spurs. Not only that, but Saunders had also reached the exact same game 12 months later as Manchester City boss, again in defeat this time to Wolves. The question was, would it be third time lucky for Norwich or for Ron Saunders in League Cup finals?
Hamilton takes another corner. Keelan's gone for this one. Oh, he's handball! It's a penalty! I mean, Keelan stopped it. Yes, he can, but he's got a chance to take one goal. Graham scores.
With 9 minutes left, Villa and Saunders had done it. It is understandable that after such a mid-season high, a campaign is allowed to taper off. However, both Villa and Norwich were still embroiled in a promotion battle. Whilst Villa were halted in their very next outing 0-0 at home to Bolton and went down to Orient 3 weeks later, thereafter they could not be stopped.
Drayton again, and Sterling a lot, and it's in! That's for Hamilton, 3 in the middle for Villa, Leonard's at the far post, and it's gone in!
8 matches left, it was 8 matches that Aston Villa won, as a 1-point deficit behind Norwich on the day of the League Cup final had become a 7-point advantage ahead of 4th place Sunderland. Villa were going up again, confirmed thanks to a 4-0 thrashing of Sheffield Wednesday on their travels. For any club that had undergone 2 swift promotions to the top tier of English football, some amount of retooling had to take place. Brian Little was finding the net with regularity, so wouldn't be much of a problem, but he'd quickly be joined by reserve prospect John Dean, and in October the signature of Andy Gray was acquired from Dundee United for 110 grand. John Burridge replaced Jim Coombs in net the more the season wore on. In defence, 1972 Youth Cup winner John Gidman had matured greatly, and Leighton Phillips was up to speed in his first full season at the club after joining from Cardiff. Rounding off the team was the Christmas Eve acquisition of Dennis Mortimer. £175,000 from Coventry City. The club was now ready.
Now it's great. Good cross. And the shot on for Phillips. It's a goal. Paradis. Burns. Losing it to Little. There it is. 2-1. It's Dean. And it might have come off Brayton.
Despite ripe pickings for a team from the second division to elbow their way into a weak first division field, Villa placed 16th, only 9 points off the drop. There was to be no spice from the domestic competitions. Nonetheless, it wasn't a half bad start to life back in the big time. They'd not won a single game on the road, but had been pretty imperious at home. And they'd done so after yet more wrangling upstairs when Sir William Dugdale replaced Doug Ellis as chairman. Andy Gray had hit the ground running in front of goal, whilst Ray Graydon continued his importance to the team by top scoring with a not too shabby tally of 12 in the league. The one sadness was that Villa weren't able to imprint themselves onto Europe, losing comprehensively to Royal Antwerp in the first round of the UEFA Cup. Then again, it was Villa's first season on the continent. They'd be back stronger, and by the start of the 1976-77 season the team had started to adopt more of a Ron Saunders feel. Out were popular names of the past in Coombs, McMahon and Hamilton. In came talent like Gordon Smith and Alex Cropley.
Might get to it, beaten by Watson. Little.
Still Paradis.
In for Andy Gray to jump, which he does so well. Little up too, and there's Gray. And Andy Gray does it yet again.
Aston Villa now meant business. They beat all your favourite teams and were a feasible prospect of claiming silverware once again. And if only I could have shown you the 5-1 hammering that they bestowed upon Liverpool on December the 15th. Either way, Villa were only 4 points back on the Reds with a game in hand, and almost half the season had been played. Not only were they making themselves a bit of a nuisance in the league heading into 77, they were also busy going deep in the League Cup via the bodies of Man City, Norwich City, Wrexham and Millwall. Next was QPR in the two-legged semi-final amidst FA Cup progressions against West Ham and Port Vale. The more optimistic fans would have probably whispered treble if there was a sensationalist form of social media knocking about. And the QPR game is where this League Cup run transforms from just another Villa tilt to England's tertiary cup competition and into the stuff of legends. They could not be split from the London club in the first game, which was fine, but once the second game was also drawn, a replay would have to be staged. After winning the coin toss, QPR elected that the penultimate League Cup semi-final replay would be staged at Highbury. And yet, it did them no good.
Mortimer playing in now for Little. The goal! Hurled in once more. Keane almost got there. Little. Yes! Back. It'll come to Little. Will it be the hat-trick for him? It is!
No good whatsoever, as Brian Little's hat-trick finally sunk QPR a full 6 weeks after the first leg was initially scheduled and 5 hours into the actual football. That was nothing though compared to the final against Everton. They'd meet the Toffees, who had just sacked their manager, Spurs 2021 style, bringing in Gordon Lee for Billy Bingham. Wembley was all set for the 1977 League Cup final. Villa had the chance to become the first 3-time League Cup winners, as Everton still waited for their first. These were the highlights.
And the Football League Cup final is drawn, which means they've all got to do it again.
What Villa had done so consummately only 5 weeks prior in the league, they could not do when the lights were at their brightest. 4 days later they'd reconvene up at Hillsborough, and at least this one had goals.
First time the League Cup final was in need of a replay or two. Bob Latchford eventually forced an equaliser. Extra time and another replay at Old Trafford.
It was the final that would not end, and Aston Villa had finally ended it after 5.5 hours of football. Of course, the arduous campaign would not allow for such a fresh-faced new team to the top flight to be successful on multiple fronts. Still, a quarter-final appearance in the FA Cup, where they lost against eventual champions Man United, and a top 4 finish in the league, only 6 points back on the English and European champions Liverpool, more than respectable. It meant Aston Villa were back. Ron Saunders had built an incredible foundation at Villa that read 2 League Cups, promotion to the top flight, and an outside voice in the title conversation. It was only just the start of it.
That's nice, that's McDermott, and that's a goal! Oh yes!
Neil against tonight. Liverpool have won it in the same season as they've won the championship.
Bill Shankly built the club so they could compete and be successful. Under Bob Paisley they conquered all of Europe and didn't want to stop. This is the story of football's greatest managerial transition, Shankly to Paisley, and the most successful time of any English club. Bob Paisley, like his Liverpool predecessor, was birthed into a mining community but began bricklaying. Also, like Bill Shankly, he got his big break out of his community via football, and after moving from local outfit Bishop Auckland to Liverpool at the end of the 1930s, was due to make a name for himself. Then, World War II hit. Paisley, restricted to just 2 reserve matches before the conflicts halted all football, finally got his moment in the sport in the 1946-47 campaign when Liverpool were crowned champions of England. Sadly, the eventual manager's playing career would become more famous for a decision made by Liverpool manager George Kay ahead of the 1950 FA Cup final with Arsenal. There, the championship-winning coach dropped Paisley for the biggest game of his career, and it never really recovered from there. Paisley survived through the Don Welsh years, but upon Liverpool's relegation in 1954, he knew his career was done. He was 35 years of age, and that wasn't the time to be introduced to the second division, so he quit, contemplating a return home to sell fruit and veg, or even opening up a newsagent's. Ultimately, a small course in physiotherapy that he took during his playing career saved him, as that was the qualification needed to give him a role on the Liverpool staff after his playing time had ended. He took on the reserves and rose through the ranks to ultimately become the new manager, Bill Shankly's number 2, just in time for Liverpool's rise through the ranks of both English and European football. Even though he was Shankly's closest confidant, Paisley was stunned like everybody else by the retirement of his boss. What would the club do next? Paisley stated, "I never applied for the job, I wouldn't have applied for the job. He didn't need to anyway. The football club decided that he would be handed the job of succeeded Bill Shankly." The club though had reservations, earmarked by Kevin Keegan in a later remark when he stated they were not sure whether Bob could do the job. He was a good number 2, but he wasn't very good communication wise. What he did have though was a solid foundation gifted to him by Shankly, which he was never going to change, and thanks to their most recent European Cup exit in November 1973 to Red Star Belgrade, the club had a blueprint on how to go about things when it returned to the European Cup, and they would return. Outside of that, things kept ticking along as usual. Players like Phil Neal and Ray Kennedy were signed by the club, and Paisley showed he had just as much tactical nous as his predecessor in shifting the latter from a centre forward to left midfield. Also, Phil Thompson was in from the reserves alongside Jimmy Case and David Fairclough, and thanks to Liverpool's evolution to using ball-playing centre-halves, Thompson would be moved back into defence, signalling the end of Larry Lloyd in the heart of the backline. After a trophyless season, Paisley inadvertently pulled the plug on Shankly's official association with Liverpool after his predecessor continued to skulk around Melwood. Noticing patterns between Liverpool and their great rivals Man United after their retirement of foundational manager Matt Busby, Paisley needed breathing room. He didn't just expect the club to cut all ties with Shankly though. Whether it helped or it didn't, Bob Paisley would never have to endure another trophyless season at Anfield. Whilst Liverpool were humbled to Ferencvaros in yet another early round defeat in Europe via the Cup Winners' Cup, Paisley wouldn't give Europe the same satisfaction in the UEFA Cup in the 1975-76 season. Hibs were able to beat the Reds at home in the first round's first leg, but from then on in, Liverpool simply did not lose in the competition. Toshak bagged himself a hat-trick in the second leg, whilst the thrashings doled out to Real Sociedad in the second round proved somewhat of a turning point in the competition. From there, Paisley's side went out to Wroclaw and Dresden and won relatively handsomely as they were paired off with the best remaining team in the competition in the semi-final, Barcelona. Meanwhile, Liverpool had bounced back from their opening day of the league season humbling at QPR. Whilst nobody knew it at the time, Liverpool had already gotten their fiercest league game out of the way, as QPR would be the surprise package that ran the Reds all the way in the league. However, the tandem of Toshak and Keegan proved way too powerful for the Londoners in the league. Whilst Manchester United dropped out of the race in the spring upon their return to the top flight, QPR kept going and Liverpool needed every ounce of effort to get over the line. The period of late March and early April described this more than any other. Across 5 league games, Liverpool kept the defence impenetrable and relied on scuffs and nicks such as a late Phil Neal penalty at Birmingham and a second-half winner at home to Leicester. In between were 3 wins solely won by the goals of David Fairclough, or Super Sub as he was known and didn't want to be known as. A late goal sunk Norwich at Carrow Road before one either side of the break beat Burnley in front of the Kop. Easily the most satisfying, however, was the 88th minute winner in the Merseyside derby on April the 3rd. Meanwhile in Spain, John Toshak's sole strike provided the away goal in yet another tentative 1-goal clean-sheeted win in the Camp Nou. Then it was left to Phil Thompson to score a crucial goal in a 1-1 draw in the home second leg. Whilst it ended a run of 6 matches without conceding, the 2-1 aggregate win spurred Liverpool on for greatness. 2 further wins in the league against Manchester City and Aston Villa were necessary as QPR beat Leeds to go a point above Liverpool ahead of their final day visit of Molineux on May the 4th. The match had been postponed because of Wales' surprise participation in the Euro 76 quarter-finals. Before then, Liverpool had the first leg of a UEFA Cup final to host against Club Brugge. It had started disastrously as the Belgians had taken control of the game and ran up a 2-goal lead inside of 15 minutes. With the hour mark appearing quick on the horizon, Liverpool finally churned through the gears.
Bringing in Kennedy. Great goal! Keegan turning brilliantly. Kennedy again. And Chase. And Keegan comes up now.
With the slender 3-2 advantage to take to Belgium, Liverpool had a league title to win. They had history of winning the league on the final day at Molineux, the days of 1947 and a battle between first and second when Albert Stubbins scored the crucial goal and a certain Bob Paisley was part of the Liverpool ranks. This time Wolves had nothing to play for, so were free to do as they pleased. It released their inhibitions as they went ahead early on. Liverpool needed both points to win the league and the half-time mark passed, so too the hour mark. Then, with 14 minutes left, the Reds struck through Keegan, Toshak and Ray Kennedy. 3-1 winners, Paisley had his first piece of silverware. His second wouldn't be too far away as Liverpool jetted off to Bruges.
And Preston, but it's Harbour to take it. Who's trying to invent something and organise something. Can't squat erect. Keegan, he's done it! That tore its way through, and the whistle goes, and Liverpool win the UEFA Cup.
Bill Shankly had done the league and UEFA Cup double in 1973. Now Paisley had emulated him, and not only that, Paisley had taken Liverpool back to their perch. They were now sat alone on 9 league titles ahead of Arsenal's tally of 8, whilst both Everton and Manchester United languished behind on 7, with Aston Villa and Sunderland increasingly becoming specks in the rearview mirror on 6 apiece. Liverpool never stood still in the transfer market, and that was true in 76. Ray Wilkins was considered for the pivotal midfield role until Terry McDermott's pre-season convinced Paisley otherwise. Regardless, the club parted with £200,000 to bring David Johnson to the front line. Preparations for the new season were hit, however, in advance of the Charity Shield against Southampton when Kevin Keegan announced that the campaign would be his last for Liverpool. He would depart for Europe the following summer. The European Cup, though, was there to be won in the meantime. You never could quite predict a European campaign, as proven by Liverpool drawing Northern Irish team Crusaders and getting special dispensation to arrive at the airport only 2 hours before a 5-0 second leg away win. Then, more predictably, shoddy officiating cost the Reds in Turkey, losing 1-0 in the last 16 first leg away to Trabzonspor. Within 90 minutes of the home tie-back at Anfield, though, Liverpool had run up their 3 goals and cruised into their springtime portion of the competition. Saint Etienne in the quarter-finals, however, was a different brine kettle of fish. After a 1-0 defeat in France against one of the premier teams on the continent and European Cup finalists the prior summer, Liverpool needed something special in front of the Kop. They got it in one of Anfield's greatest ever nights.
Atmosphere here tonight, matching the wall of noise which surrounded the players at St Etienne of Fort Malaga. Keegan, Djokovic has missed it! After nice shot, throw again, goes in! Neil and Koshek going after it. Kennedy, 2-2! Could be interesting. Beckham! Super sub! Once again! All over! Liverpool have won!
All wasn't rosy in the Anfield Garden, however, as Phil Thompson's season-ending injury left him out for the remainder of the campaign, and it left Tommy Smith left to shoulder the rest of his penultimate campaign in the thick of the trenches. And Liverpool were really hunting down a season for the ages come the spring of '77. First off, FC's Europe were a comparative breeze in the semi-finals in Europe as the Reds won 6-1 on aggregate. Then Everton proved a much tougher nut to crack in the FA Cup semi-final, the Toffees needing a replay to be chowed down after a 3-0 defeat at Main Road. A week beyond that, the title was all but confirmed thanks to Kevin Keegan's first half winner at home to Manchester United, the team that would be waiting for the Reds at Wembley. 4 points of difference in the league between Liverpool and Manchester City with 4 matches to play. Liverpool could afford to not win for the remainder of their campaign. They went to QPR and got a point, but their advantage didn't waver. They went to Highfield Road and got a draw off Coventry, and their advantage still didn't waver. It meant that one more point in their final home game against West Ham would do it. Another goalless stalemate was just fine with the Cop. Paisley had won the league again, and Ian Callaghan had tied Cliff Bastin's record of 5 English titles. It left Liverpool just 2 more games away from immortality and the treble. All wasn't well in the build-up to the FA Cup final, with Manchester United at Wembley, however, thanks to the FA and their nonsensical timeline that placed a would-be replay on June the 27th. That insane idea left Paisley in a conundrum: stick to what the team knew or go for the jugular. He went for the latter, opting for David Johnson in a 3-man front line, sacrificing Ian Callaghan as a result.
As Jimmy Greenhouse header on for Pearson, a chance on here. Pearson is the scorer. Case, good turn. Oh yes! On by Macari. Smith slips slightly. Jimmy Greenhouse.
It didn't work. The treble dreams were in tatters, and that particular peak was reserved for a certain other club 22 years later. One peak they could scale before any other English club, though, was to match a league title with a European Cup in the same season. Again, preparations weren't perfect. 1. Ray Kennedy had a thigh problem. 2. Summer signing from Wrexham Joey Jones was carrying a knock. 3. Kevin Keegan was more busy in London, finalising a £500,000 deal to Hamburg. 4. John Toshak had only returned to training and then went and did his Achilles, ruling him out of the contest. In the starting 11, 2 survivors from the club's first crack at the European Cup 12 years prior, Tommy Smith and Ian Callaghan. The stage was set, Borussia Mönchengladbach, in a city that Bob Paisley hadn't been in since he was in charge of an army truck in 1944. Rome.
That's nice, that's McDermott, and that's a goal! That's a mistake, and here's Simonsen. And that's it! Oh yes! Neil against tonight. Liverpool, who've won it in the same season as they've won the championship.
Bob Paisley called it the best performance the club had ever seen, and just where would they go from the very top of the mountain? The first thing to think about was the Kevin Keegan succession plan, quickly accomplished when just £440,000 was needed to get Kenny Dalglish from Celtic. It meant that Liverpool got out of that tricky situation with more money than what they entered with, and arguably a better player. Then Alan Hansen was added to the backline from Partick Thistle for just $100,000, whilst Graham Souness would be the belated third name through the door midway through the campaign, with half an eye to succeeding Ian Callaghan. I'll wager that's just about as good as any transfer business ever achieved in a single season. 2 legends replaced 3 even bigger names replacing them. Bob Paisley absolutely was not standing still in the wake of the club's finest achievement. But that didn't mean that they didn't come undone in the subsequent season. One, newly promoted Nottingham Forest, managed by that same pesky Brian Clough that pipped them to the title in 1972. He rocked up and not only beat them to the league, but went toe-to-toe with them in the League Cup final too.
Forest, a very controversial penalty. John O'Hare seemed on the edge of the box when he was tripped by Phil Thompson after 54 minutes, but Pat Partridge, the FIFA World Cup referee who goes to Argentina, awarded a spot kick and John Robertson scored.
It wouldn't be the last time Liverpool were left smarting by refereeing decisions in a contest with Nottingham Forest. The Reds were safe in Europe though, where Clough and Forest couldn't get to them. Not yet. They proved untouchable on the continent once again, destroying Kevin Keegan's new Hamburg club 7-1 on aggregate in the Super Cup before swiftly eliminating both Dinamo Dresden and Benfica after a kind bye beyond the first round. And whilst Gladbach got the smallest slivers of revenge in Germany, David Johnson had packed away a late away goal in Liverpool's luggage which set them up perfectly for the second leg. In front of the Kop, a 3-0 triumph was inevitable, and it booked another European Cup final, this time with an all too familiar foe, Club Bruges. If the first European Cup triumph was a Liverpool success, the second one was definitively a Paisley one. After all, only Ray Clements, Phil Thompson and Emlyn Hughes had started both Shankly's final match and the club's second European Cup triumph 4 years on. A second European Cup triumph which definitively put Liverpool on a perch as the most successful English, no British, club in Europe. Ajax had won the European Cup 3 times in a row, Bayern Munich had done it 3 times in a row as well, so it just made sense that Liverpool would join them in winning the same competition for a third consecutive year to close out the 1970s. Well, just guess who pitched up to meet them in the first round.
Cuts through on his own, the pace and confidence to do it, not a bad looking cross, Woodcock, and a superb goal from Barrett.
Liverpool roared back, don't worry. Alan Kennedy was brought in from Newcastle and would displace Joey Jones at left back, whilst the long earmarked retirements of Ian Callaghan and Tommy Smith were confirmed in the summer of '78. With yet more changes, Liverpool didn't feel a bit of it as they won the league title at a canter in comfortably the domestic pinnacle of Bob Paisley at Anfield. Not only did they destroy a record set by Don Revie's Leeds with 68 points, but they rattled through their opponents at will in achieving the joint best goal difference in English football history. 7-0 against Spurs, 5-0 against Derby, unbeaten against Forest in the league, 6 past Norwich, 3 past both Leeds and Man United. It was as if they were angry, riled up by Clough and his win in Europe, and this was Liverpool saying they would not take that fact lying down. They'd won the big one twice, as Bill Shankly desired earlier in the decade, and they had shaken the flash in the pan known as Nottingham Forest to return to their league throne. All that was left was to get back into the European Cup and go and win it all over again. Things though had to change both on and off the pitch. Ahead of the 1979-80 season, with a new decade of glamour on the horizon, Liverpool were at the forefront of the English game in more ways than one. Not only were they the country's record European Cup winners and league winners, but they were the first to adopt a front-of-shirt sponsor. The club didn't want to become overly commercial, but this one had become a necessity. Hitachi's name was splayed across the front of Liverpool shirts because their £2.4 million worth of revenues in the prior season equated to just £71,000 worth of profit. Whilst the Bob Paisley team would never quite match the peak that they had reached in the league in 1979, Liverpool didn't need to be completely imperious to retain their crown, which was effectively won courtesy of an unbeaten streak of form that built up to Christmas 1979. With Boxing Day came the cherry on the cake, a triumph over Manchester United that split Liverpool from their nearest and dearest rivals come the end of the campaign. Liverpool went top that day and never relinquished that status. But unfortunately the league was only distracting comfort from their other activities. After all, winning the league was the least Liverpool could do after they bombed out of both the domestic cup semi-finals, thwarting a spectacular first ever domestic treble. First typically to Nottingham Forest, of course, in the League Cup before it took 4 matches to send Arsenal through in a whistle-stop tour of the longest FA Cup semi-final that sent both sides around the country to Sheffield, Birmingham and Coventry to decide who would surprisingly lose to second-tier outfit West Ham. There wasn't even any joy to be had upon their European Cup return as they fell at the first hurdle again, this time to the archetypal crack Eastern European outfit Dynamo Tbilisi, who won 3-0 behind the Iron Curtain in ravenous fashion. It was clear that further retooling had to be done by Bob Paisley. Ian Rush was signed for Chester, earmarked for the future, so too Bruce Grobbelaar, who was acquired midway through the season, with an eye on replacing Ray Clements come the end of the campaign. Of all players, it was Terry McDermott leading the way in the scoring ranks with 22 strikes from midfield. Liverpool, though, found themselves officially languishing in 5th place after way too many draws. The club's safety net midway through the season could be found both in their European Cup run and also the League Cup, which was finally won. In fact, let's get this out of the way now. Here's Liverpool dominating the League Cup under Bob Paisley, the kind of run that made Pep Guardiola and Jose Mourinho perk up somewhere in the Iberian Peninsula.
More towards Hansen, and the goal by Clements, but it's not away yet. Rush, 3-1 up those familiar steps to get today not 1 trophy but 2.
And again, Wheelan's curled it. Brilliant goal. Liverpool have won the Milk Cup competition for the 3rd year running.
And whilst Everton eliminated them from the 4th round of the FA Cup, it left Liverpool with all their attention on the European Cup. First off, Finnish opposition were finished off 11-2 on aggregate before a certain Alex Ferguson was knocked from his Aberdeen perch 5-0 in the last 16, and a tricky CSKA Sofia quarter-final was comfortably traversed thanks in part to a bewildering Graham Souness hat-trick. All the while, Liverpool remained pristine away from home, McDermott winning the day up at Potodry, David Johnson performing similar duties in Bulgaria, so when Bayern Munich left Anfield with a 0-0 draw in the first leg of the semi-final, similar heroics were needed inside of the Olympia Stadion. And heroics is what they got.
Johnson, Kennedy is up, suddenly in space and onside and scores! Ray Kennedy has given Liverpool the lead, and they've done it! The away goal has counted. Ray Kennedy's goal has been enough to take Liverpool through to the European final.
Despite everything, the injuries to Alan Kennedy, Phil Thompson and Kenny Dalglish, the crumbling league form Liverpool were back in the European Cup final once again, and to win their 3rd continental crown, they would have to go up against the absolute best historically. The stage was set. Real Madrid, Paris. This time, the Reds had to thank the other Kennedy. They'd gone and done it again. Where next? Well, Mark Lawrenson was acquired for a club record 900 grand from Brighton, signed for a defence in another brutal move by Paisley. Alan Kennedy, who had just scored the European Cup final winning goal, was the man he was earmarked to be replacing. Only when the Irishman was moved into centre-half and Paisley rejigged his team did Kennedy get a look back in on the left. He wouldn't relinquish that chance and went on to play 205 consecutive games for the club thereafter. Other names through the door were Ronnie Whelan, Steve Nicol and Craig Johnston, whilst Grobbelaar made the number 1 jersey his own after Ray Clements was afforded his wish to move to Spurs that summer. Heartache followed shortly thereafter in September when Bill Shankly died just 7 years after his retirement. In the face of that adversity, Liverpool did him proud on the pitch. Spearing this offensive, Ian Rush, who had been angered by his European Cup final omission but was quickly told by Paisley to forget about it and become selfish in front of goal. He did, and he would reward Paisley with 62 goals in 100 matches over the next 2 seasons. As a result, Liverpool were insatiable in front of goal and won 13 and drew 3 of their final 16 league matches to pull the league title away from Bobby Robson's Ipswich Town. Unfortunately, outside of the League Cup, of course, honours wouldn't follow. Firstly, a Flamengo side fronted by Zico had the Reds' number in the Intercontinental Cup. Then, the slippery CSKA Sofia got their European Cup revenge in the quarter-final. Either way, Liverpool were just as good in claiming a second successive league title. A staggering 11 points from Watford, a deficit where Liverpool even had the chance to gain just 2 points from their final 7 matches in coasting to the title. There was no competition for Liverpool at home, but they couldn't crack Europe again under Paisley, bowing out to another Eastern European team in the quarter-final, courtesy of Vidzu Vuj. Bob Paisley was done, he had conquered every world. As he stepped back from Liverpool, he was keen to remind them of the work done before him, when he said, "Bill built the house, I just put the roof on." And I couldn't really put it any other way. Bill Shankly literally built the trophy room, of course with help from Paisley, both physically thanks to his expertise in bricklaying and in the form of football through his coaching. Paisley was the one to fill that trophy room. While Shankly was outgoing and gifted sound bites and quotes like sweets on Halloween, Paisley was the kind of man who declared that if he could walk down the street and nobody recognised him, he was delighted. The introverted Englishman knew his limitations, and it was those very limitations that were his reason for never taking on the England job despite being long coveted for the role and for comfortably being the most qualified out of his contemporaries. Paisley knew the England manager had to be a diplomat, a politician even, and he knew he could never be that despite the resounding success he had at club level. With the passing of time, history tends to paint Bob Paisley as a guy who simply just came in and continued the work of Bill Shankly and won the big one, which should have been reserved for his predecessor. However, let's not forget that Bob Paisley built two teams himself in such quick succession and was the biggest reason why that trophy room got so full so fast. While Shankly divvied about creating another team in the late 60s, Paisley was quicker to kill his darlings and transition his team into another way. Of the 1978 team that won the European Cup for the second successive year, only Phil Neal, Alan Hansen, Graham Souness and Kenny Dalglish remained in the squad for the 1983 League Cup final triumph, Paisley's last cup success. Despite the absence of an FA Cup, there was nothing really for Bob Paisley to do. He'd won the league title time and again, and his exploits in Europe didn't get eclipsed until 2022 with Carlo Ancelotti. This time Liverpool got fair warning over his retirement when he secretly arranged a deal with his assistant Joe Fagan in December '82 that the boot room lineage should continue into the 1983-84 campaign with him. And for his successor, he got into the groove of a League Cup triumph over Everton that prompted another wave of success. Even if Fagan did last just 2 years in the job, he took Liverpool to the European Cup final in both seasons, claimed the league title in his first campaign and added a fourth European crown to the club's illustrious history on the continent. And whilst it can't be categorised as the treble, Fagan was the only Liverpool manager to win a treble that featured the European Cup after winning on penalties in a hostile Rome against their hosts, which supplemented the winning of the League and League Cup in '84. Sadly, Fagan's time would be diminished by the Heysel disaster and the 1985 European Cup final, which was an ill-fitting end to his time at Liverpool. That put the end to an era decisively at Anfield. No longer could they go out to the continent and continue to dominate, which is probably what would have happened had a Kenny Dalglish-led Liverpool side been given half a chance. Ipswich Town were champions in 1962, but that was quite literally consigned to what little black and white footage existed of it. The Tractor Boys were ploughing their own future back in Division 2, trying to find their place, wondering if they could ever get back to those famous days, and from the farm they made it back. This is Bobby Robson's Ipswich. The long road to recovery began in earnest in October 1964 when Bill McGarry turned up as the club's manager. Come the end of his first season in charge, just one member of the championship winning squad from 3 years prior remained, Billy Baxter. It was Baxter with the armband carrying the Division 2 trophy in 1968, when Ipswich were finally promoted by a single point from QPR. This after years in the wilderness, oscillating between Division 2 mid-table fodder and half-hearted attempts at returning to the top flight. Back to the promised land, Bill McGarry had the footballing world at his fingertips after a mid-table finish of 12th in his first season. So he did the normal thing and resigned. Plunged into chaos, Ipswich Town took to finding his replacement in the same manner. Firstly, the job was offered to Franco Farrell, who had made his name at Torquay United, but he had just got the Leicester City job and would be busy taking them to the FA Cup final in 12 months' time. Bob Stokoe and Jimmy Scholar were also reportedly in the frame, whilst Billy Bingham of Northern Ireland fame was also shortlisted for an interview until he saw the club and quickly pulled out. The Tractor Boys were spluttering and they were forced to interview their 5th choice manager. The 5th choice and the last name on their shortlist. Just what on earth could they hope for now? Ipswich hired a man without the accompanying contract, a man who had suffered through a tempestuous start to his managerial career in Vancouver of all places before coming back home with Fulham, a man who had only retired from playing in 1968. And now he was back in the deep end. Enter Bobby Robson. Amidst the chaos, Ipswich did well to simply just exist by the skin of their teeth in the top division, as Robson's Ipswich bottomed out at 19th place in 1971 but had improved to the tune of 3 points from their prior 18th place the year beforehand. The summer of 71 brought optimism. The Portman stand was built, raising the capacity to 37,000, and a blast from the past in now World Cup winning manager Alf Ramsey helped open the stand on the opening day of the season. Also unveiled was the £30,000 transfer of Brian Hamilton, who almost cost as much as Alf Ramsey's entire championship winning team. He joined fellow new recruits Alan Hunter and Rod Belfitt in making a solid yet unspectacular start to the season, where the Tractor Boys drew 4 of their first 6 matches 0-0. Robson wasn't making any friends in Suffolk with his style of football. In a difficultly inconsistent third season for the manager, they'd lose as heavily as 7-0 to clubs like Sheffield United, but also go toe-to-toe with the league's best, getting points out of both Merseyside clubs and beating contenders like Newcastle, Tottenham and Manchester City. Those latter results were enough to pull Ipswich clear into 13th place. Goals from Mick Hill and Trevor Wymark were a cornerstone to the season, and they would be helped by the promotions to the senior team of Kevin Beattie and Mick Lambert. This time round, Ipswich were keen to improve on their youth development. The campaign began with a bang, a win at Old Trafford against a much diminished Manchester United. When their otherwise great start wobbled in October, Brian Clough's champions Derby County were beaten spectacularly, 3-1 at Portman Road. Rod Belfitt was banging the goals and all seemed right with the Ipswich world until Bobby Robson sold him, swapping him for Everton's David Johnson. It seemed like a bizarre move at the time, but it helped bring youth to the front line. And it was the attacking partnership between Johnson and Wymark that drove Town up the table. In a team full of partnerships, Beattie and Hunter kept things solid at the back. Mick Mills and Colin Harper were the studious fullbacks, whilst Mick Lambert and Brian Hamilton ahead of them were on the wings. Meanwhile, Colin Viljoen pulled the strings in the middle of the park, a solid basis for what would turn out to be, statistically, Ipswich's second best season in their history. Their form was crucially strong through the middle portion of the season and included a draw at home to Liverpool, a win at White Hart Lane and the double completed over Man United. It left Ipswich a mere 2 points away from qualifying for the UEFA Cup and 3 matches to do so in. Draws against Leicester and Sheffield United confirmed that, and a piece of silverware was even won. No, not the FA Cup, not yet anyway, but the little-remembered Texaco Cup, the winning of which was further enhanced by the opposition they dispatched of. Local bragging rights over Norwich City thanks to 2 2-1 wins. 4th place in a cup, as irrelevant as the cup might have been to everyone else, was the good basis of a foundation for a new Ipswich Town. That summer the fresh optimism drove on this new Ipswich. New floodlights for the stadium and new training areas, but little in the way of movement in the transfer market, which looked even worse when the club slumped to just 1 win from its first 7. The season only got going when a certain Real Madrid turned up at Portman Road and were downed thanks to a deflected Mick Mills winner. Fortunate as that triumph was, the true success came in the rearguard performance at the Bernabeu, as a 0-0 draw earned Ipswich their most famous win yet. The second round was a bit more explosive, to say the least. Lazio were a fantastic side, likened to the total footballing Netherlands team, but relied a bit more on the heavy-handed side. Still, in this rougher tie, Ipswich pumped the Romans 4-0 at Portman Road before limiting the damage in the Olympico to a 4-2 defeat. The action wasn't over there, as Ipswich players and staff were pinned back in the dressing room as chaos reigned supreme out on the pitch and in the corridors. Lazio fans would not forgive Ipswich for a couple of favourable decisions back in England. After that, anything was going to be a kinder experience than the continent, and FC Twente proved an easier ride for Ipswich to reach the springtime latter stages of the UEFA Cup. Warming up for the return of continental football against Lokomotiv Leipzig, Ipswich surrendered points in 3 successive league games with draws against Spurs, Norwich and Chelsea after a February elimination from the FA Cup. Still in 5th place, coupled with a decent run in Europe, Robson was eclipsing the great achievements of the prior season. Brian Talbot made a winning debut in the first leg at home against the East Germans in Europe, assisting Kevin Beattie's goal. Unfortunately, the tentative 1-goal lead would be equalled, and when it came to Germans, penalties was always going to go their way. Alan Hunter the victim as Ipswich lost 4-3 in the shootout. Ipswich showed enough resolve, winning 4 of their next 5 to secure a return to the UEFA Cup and another 4th position. The 1974-75 season had scarcely started off any better from an Ipswich Town perspective. 4 wins, non-conceding and 7 goals, not against mugs either, against Spurs and Burnley, and the double against Arsenal. All done without dipping much of a toe in the transfer market yet again. Ipswich only found their first disappointment in FC Twente's revenge at the first hurdle in the UEFA Cup. Only injuries to the strike force could unseat Ipswich Town from the top of the league in October, as defeats against QPR, Burnley, West Ham and Wolves took the Tractor Boys down a peg or 2. But this form of Ipswich was resilient now and were even in the title mix by Christmas. The only thing mucky in the tinsel and the fairy lights was a quarter-final elimination from the League Cup, which wouldn't have been a big deal in of itself, but it was when the Canaries of Norwich City flew beyond them. Key defeats in the new year away to Carlisle, Liverpool and Coventry in January and February turned Ipswich from table toppers to just another wheel in what was an incredibly tight league table when 5 points split the top half. If the prior season showed Ipswich Town's European nous, this one showed their cup nous even further. The League Cup quarter-final was raised with a semi-final in the competition that mattered. Ipswich knocked out some massive teams on the way too: Wolves, Liverpool, Villa and Leeds, before a semi-final at Villa Park against West Ham in the FA Cup. Ipswich were 5 weeks unbeaten, which stretched to about 4.9 million matches since their quarter-final with Leeds was drawn umpteen time. 17-year-old John Walk made his debut in the deciding match, and by the time the semi-final rolled around against West Ham, which would of course be settled by a replay, Ipswich had already done enough to qualify for the UEFA Cup yet again. That incredible achievement was only blunted by a forward who started the season off at 4th tier Rochdale, Alan Taylor, who scored both of West Ham's goals to win the FA Cup semi-final replay. Consolation came in the form of the Youth Cup, just another step in a new-look Ipswich Town that was foundationally more proper. So when Ipswich's subsequent season was a slight dip, the club and its supporters still kept hold of a strong faith towards Bobby Robson. The start wasn't great, it got worse when they exited Europe to Club Brugge despite winning the first leg 3-0, and they were put out of the FA Cup by their former manager Bill McGarry and his Wolves team. Only in March and April did the inconsistencies of the 1975-76 season dissolve and edge Ipswich back into the top 6. Their worst season for a while, with no true cup run or European qualification, but just a reminder that this was Ipswich Town. A top 6 finish still lived in the realms of fantasy. And yet, Robson still found the realisation that the team had to evolve. Brian Hamilton and David Johnson both moved to Merseyside, the former for the Blue Half, the latter for £200,000 to Liverpool. Johnson's replacement was Plymouth's Paul Mariner, whilst Robson supplemented the team with an increasing band of new recruits from the Youth Academy. John Walk headed a class featuring Keith Birchin, Pat Sharkey, John Penalty and Dale Roberts, who all featured more and more for the senior team. Yet by the midway point of the season it all felt more like the end of an era. Domestic cups were exited early again, League Cup to Brighton and FA Cup to Wolves yet again. But by far the biggest impact came with the leak that Bobby Robson had been approached by Everton. It came at exactly the wrong time. Ipswich were in the middle of a 16-match unbeaten run which took them from 17th to top. John Walk and Brian Talbot were being entrusted with the midfield a lot more, Beattie and Mick Mills were now the first choice in defence, and Robson had the team all pulling in the right direction to a shock potential title win. But we can thank the Daily Express for this era and this video existing. Their haphazard leak before Robson could even inform Ipswich of Everton's approach put a pin in the move happening. Robson couldn't find it in him to desert Ipswich when everyone but the Ipswich hierarchy were informed about it. So, the Express isn't just a shit rag, they do good things too, occasionally. The unbeaten run was called with a run of 6 defeats in 12 between mid-January and early April. Suddenly, with Easter approaching, the title's fate was out of Ipswich hands. Enter a post-Easter hangover and 3 losses on the bounce, and Ipswich even had a job on to qualify for Europe, but still managed to do so even without Kevin Beattie, who was ruled out for the rest of the season with serious burns after he lit a bonfire in Easter with petrol. The second half of 1977 meant Europe was back and Ipswich were back too. They improved both on and off the pitch. The Churchman's stand was improved upon as Portman Road further modernised. Adidas were now supplying the kit and the youth team had churned out yet another player in Alan Brazil. Factor in early UEFA Cup and League Cup progress with an almost perfect league start, and there was the thought that this was the season that Ipswich could finally win a trophy again. Then Brian Clough turned up with his newly promoted Nottingham Forest and taught Town a new one. The 4-0 loss at the City Ground was a mere glimpse into the near future. Ipswich wouldn't make the spring in Europe, nor make a splash in the League Cup, and Trevor Wymark's long-term injury led to a disastrous second half of the league season, which spurred on a monumental 18th place finish. And yet, it was one of the happiest seasons of Ipswich Town's history. It was a season where Johan Cruyff and Johan Neeskens turned up at Portman Road and were thumped 3-0. Just forget about the equalising of that aggregate and a penalty shootout defeat in the Camp Nou. It was a season where Ipswich finally made it to Wembley via the bodies of Cardiff and Hartlepool in the earlier rounds and a replay against Bristol Rovers thanks to a snow-covered first game in the West Country, via the thrashing of Millwall away in the 6th round before the semi-final took them to meet West Brom at Highbury, with the stadium's tenants meeting eventual league champions Nottingham Forest in the other semi. An edgy semi-final was wrapped up by the young John Wark for the third but carved out by Brian Talbot's body-on-the-line finish for the opener. A mere 2 weeks removed from confirming their First Division survival, Ipswich Town lined up against 8-time English champions and 4-time FA Cup winners Arsenal at Wembley. Bobby Robson had pencilled in the half-fit, widely disliked Colin Viljoen into the team for the final, only to be bowed down after player pressure, which greatly angered the coach. And yet, it proved the right thing to do, as a midfield containing Roger Osborne, John Wark and Brian Talbot proved the right combination, whilst Alan Hunter and Kevin Beattie played through the pain to play. Osborne got the goal on 77 minutes as the 5-2 outsiders to win the cup on the morning of the final earned the deserved win. Ipswich Town were FA Cup winners and were ready to enter the 1980s a year prematurely. Now they were truly contenders. Ipswich Town, though, paid the price for that success. Cup final hero Osborne, as well as both Hunter and Beattie, would miss the majority of the 1978-79 season through injuries, all due to knee complaints. Terry Butcher was due to fill the void, rising to the first team, but that was put on ice when he fractured a cheekbone early on in the season. The one incoming was prized from foreign lands, a rarity in the 1970s when Arnold Muren was convinced to join from FC Twente. The £150,000 fee and long weeks of acclimatising might have derailed the former Ajax midfielder before he was allowed to get going, but both his and Ipswich's poor start was corrected soon enough. Pumped in the Charity Shield out of the League Cup and just about through in the Cup Winners' Cup against AZ Alkmaar, more on them later, Town were only able to claim both points against Man United and Wolves in the first 8 weeks. The season struggled to get going amid fraught consequences off the pitch. Brian Talbot escaped Suffolk through a £450,000 transfer to Arsenal, whilst David Geddes attempted to rid himself of the guilt for a car accident that claimed the life of youth team player Peter Canavan. He was sold to Aston Villa for $300,000. Players even tried to escape European camps, 4 of them breaking curfew in Innsbruck amid the second round of the Cup Winners' Cup. And when Ipswich weren't troubled by those problems, other clubs attempted to poach their manager. To his credit, Bobby Robson fended off interest from both Barcelona and Athletic Club to remain in England with Ipswich. He had credit in the bank, further bolstered by only exiting the FA Cup and Cup Winners' Cup to Liverpool in the former and Barcelona via away goals in the latter. It meant that only the country's best could stop them defending their cup trophy, and one of Europe's finest hadn't beaten them decisively across 2 ties. Once those distractions were out of the way, the Tractor Boys churned through the gears and won 8 and drew 3 of their last 11 matches to pull out of the mid-table mess and into 6th once again. A season of consolidation, but under the circumstances and based on Ipswich's traditional standing in the game, a considerable success once again. Changes in the back room didn't necessarily mean unbridled success in the 1979-80 season. Bobby Ferguson was promoted to assistant after Cyril Lee moved to Stoke, and Ipswich moved again haphazardly out of the UEFA Cup to Grasshoppers, out of the League Cup at home to Coventry, and rock bottom of the league as late as October. And they'd hardly helped themselves. Alan Hunter lobbed his own goalkeeper from 40 yards in a defeat against Liverpool, one of the lowlights. But yet again, once all distractions were removed, Ipswich Town rocketed up the league. Being the relatively smaller club when compared to the likes of Liverpool, Arsenal, Man United, Aston Villa and Spurs, Ipswich still needed everything in order for them to climb up the league. Between Ipswich's UEFA Cup elimination and the final day of the season, the club lost just one game. One game. First, it was grinding out wins away at the baseball ground and Burden Park before Christmas, but then it was the bolstering of confidence to go to Goodison and win 4-0, and to go and win 6-0 against Manchester United in a match where Ipswich missed 3 penalties, a match that could have been 9-0 before the 9-0 in 1995. Whilst Everton would get their Goodison revenge in the FA Cup quarter-final, there was no dampening the mood of the Tractor Boys. They claimed 3rd place ahead of Arsenal, qualifying for the UEFA Cup as the defence shone, thanks to the integration of youth talent Russell Osman and Terry Butcher. Alan Brazil was busy banging in the goals, hitting double figures for the first time, and Ipswich went double Dutch with the acquisition of Frans Thijssen, who hit the ground running. Now Ipswich were really ready to be a European team. They showed as much when they dispatched a former European Cup quarter-finalist Everton 4-0 once again and beat the European champions past and future in Forest and Villa before embarking on a European season for the ages in the UEFA Cup. Ipswich were playing some of the best football not only in England but also in Europe, as they scored 14 goals in 6 European ties to confirm their place in the UEFA Cup quarter-final with recent European Cup finalists Saint Etienne in March. By that point, Town had gone the first few months of 1981 unbeaten, and between triumphant legs against the French outfit, had confirmed an FA Cup semi-final. Factoring their place atop the league, a point ahead of Aston Villa with a game in hand, as the top 5 was made up of Villa, Forest, Southampton and West Brom, the treble was almost certainly on for the Tractor Boys. And yet the losing of the title could be traced back to 4 days before Ipswich's victory over Saint Etienne. They'd beaten Spurs 3-0 but lost both George Burley and Mick Mills for the remainder of the season. With their defence depleted, Ipswich could only limp through the remainder of the league, losing more games in 14 days than they had done in the first 32 matches. Fate out of their hands, they bounced out of the cup to Manchester City. They won the top of the table clash against Aston Villa, but in spite of that, they'd lose a further 4 times in their remaining 6 fixtures in the league to hand the title on a silver platter to Villa. First at home to Arsenal and the second, gallingly as ever, away at Carrow Road. Still armed with the goal difference superiority, Ipswich chucked in one last chance at the title when they lost 2-1 at Ayresome Park to Middlesbrough. They remained one shining light, and Ipswich's football was no finer than in the semi-finals of the UEFA Cup, when a couple of gritty 1-0 wins over FC Köln was enough proof that Town had found the requisite style to win a European title. Before the final's first leg came to Portman Road with the belated return of RZ Alkmaar. Ipswich unloaded on the Dutch team, John Walk, Frans Thijssen and Paul Mariner with the goals in a surreally comfortable 3-0 win. It left the oversized silver vase known as the UEFA Cup waiting for them in their 66th and final match in a marathon season in Amsterdam. Although the aggregate scoreline would read 5-4 eventually, the tie was all but up when Thijssen found an early 4th goal. Even though a treble turned into only a single trophy, it's worth reaffirming that Ipswich Town had won a European trophy. In 1981, football changed a little bit more when 3 points for a win was introduced. It didn't seem to do the Tractor Boys any harm top of the table in September when they were unfortunate to be drawn Alex Ferguson's Aberdeen in Europe, who eliminated them at the first hurdle. Her first ever run to the League Cup semi-final was surprisingly ended by Graham Taylor's Watford, whilst the season was turned on Terry Butcher's injury at Luton Town in the 4th round of the FA Cup. After needing multiple blood transfusions, Town would miss their rock at the back, and in the meantime they were put out of both cups and were transformed from league leaders to 7th place upon his return. They suffered a trophyless season primarily because of a resurgent Liverpool, which meant that not even 11 wins from their final 15 could get Ipswich remotely close. John Walk's stratospheric penalty miss at Main Road in late April was the final nail in the title coffin. And with that, the Bobby Robson era was over, for he had a higher calling than little old Ipswich Town, who he made massive. In what was quietly becoming a tradition, the FA looked to Ipswich Town for the latest England national team manager. After all, it worked so well first time round when Alf Ramsey was plucked from Suffolk and won England the World Cup. Since then, everything the FA did was attempting to replicate that success. Bobby Robson went the closest of anybody in the 20th century, both in getting England that second trophy and in getting Ipswich that second league. Ipswich Town's decline began almost immediately upon Bobby Robson's poaching. They suffered relegation in 1986, and although they were back up in time for the Premier League in 1992, the only impact they made was in losing by a record margin and getting quickly relegated in 1995. It was a time where Ipswich supporters lamented the club's ambition. More intent they were on renovating the stadium and running the club as a business than achieving real success on the pitch. Portman Road was modernised to within an inch of its life, great, but lagging far behind was the talent production and achievements on the pitch. In the 40 plus years since Robson departed, Ipswich Town have spent more time in the second tier than the top by quite some margin. This season will be their 10th in the top flight since Robson, and they have spent almost half that amount of time as low as League One. Bobby Robson's Ipswich existed perfectly placed between the 60s boom of Nicholson, Revie, Busby, Shankly, Catterick, Mercer and the Merseyside duopoly of the latter 1980s. And yet still there laid some enormous figures in Bob Paisley's Liverpool, whilst the provincial clubs in Forest and Derby governed by Brian Clough, Aston Villa led by Ron Saunders and Southampton led by Laurie McMenemy were joining the elite. Meanwhile, the traditional powers of Spurs, Manchester United and Arsenal still put up a fight. In this era, Liverpool aside, there was probably no club playing football quite like Ipswich in England. They were incredibly unfortunate to exist in a time where only winning the league granted you a spot in the European Cup, and they existed in that league where the teams exclusively won the European Cup between 1977 and 82. Such was their greatness, perhaps they might have done something in the European Cup had the rules for qualification had been as weighted towards English clubs as they are today. No, they didn't win the league as Alf Ramsey had done, but they were incredibly competitive over a longer period of time, won multiple cup competitions and were built on a much more solid foundation. Not to mention, they were successful in Europe. Sunderland had been precisely nothing since 1937 when they won a piece of silverware in the form of the FA Cup. They'd lost their long-standing top-tier status a couple of times, and now their only way out of the shadows was via a cup run for the ages. The top teams in the land all fell before Wembley, where Leeds United and Don Revie stood. Did Bob Stokoe's Sunderland carry out the greatest ever FA Cup upset in 1973?
Callum and Porterfield! Oh, Porterfield has scored! And Sunderland, the underdogs, are in the lead.
The campaigns that immediately succeeded their first ever FA Cup triumph proved a disappointment, only to be followed by a 6-year postponement owing to World War II. When football resumed, Sunderland found a new manager in Bill Murray, no, not that one, and whilst they could boast a return to the title race in 1950 and a pair of cup semi-finals in the middle part of the decade, it was very much diminished returns for the Rokerites. The 50s was a time for great talent and great players, but no great team. Combined with a propensity to spend money like there was no tomorrow, Sunderland were called the Bank of England club. On the back of local businessman Bill Ditchburn, the plan was to buy success. The fact that Sunderland ended the decade in Division 2 for the first ever time should tell you all you needed to know. It did not work. Spending didn't stop at transfer fees and wages, but illicit payments in the time of the maximum wage. Consequently, the club was fined £5,000. When Alan Brown turned up as manager, the club was in a state. Whenever it appeared as though they would go up, following the signing of Brian Clough and a 6th place, it would go down the pan. Clough's injury on Boxing Day 62 proving the end of his career and the end to Sunderland's First Division ambitions for the time being. Alan Brown was finally able to deliver them a return to the top flight eventually in 1964 alongside a club called Leeds United. More on them later. In the meantime, his Sunderland side had acquitted themselves well in the Cups, from a semi-final appearance in the new League Cup in 1963 to taking FA Cup holders Manchester United to 3 quarter-final matches the following year. However, Alan Brown wouldn't be joining his team in the First Division after a disagreement over bonuses, that disagreement being that the club felt he didn't deserve one for leading the club to promotion. He'd be back in 4 years' time. In fact, he'd be in charge of their return to the Second Division after relegation in 1970, but his legacy was far greater than that, in the form of youth development. The first shoots of this was seen in the 64-65 season when the youth team reached the Final Four of the Youth Cup under the management of a certain Brian Clough. For this, Clough was let go ahead of a regime change. It would be the closest he ever got to Sunderland. Ian McCall took charge and just about kept the club afloat in the top flight in his 3 campaigns, but the decision was made to let him go as well after a cup elimination to Norwich in January 1968. Sunderland fans were hardly rejoicing at Alan Brown's return, but his continued involvement at the club did spur on the regeneration of the youth team, as they reached the Youth Cup final in '66 before winning the competition twice by the end of the 60s. In the darkness of the 1970 relegation, chinks of light were found through signing Dick Malone and Dave Watson in the first months of a miserable first campaign back in the Second Division. But with light always comes the dark, especially at Sunderland. Later that season, prized possession Colin Todd was sold to Derby and a certain Brian Clough for £175,000. The club were no longer competitive in the cup competitions, and despite their half-hearted promotion push in '72, momentum did indicate a team that were ready to start thinking about the top flight once again. The beginning of the end of Alan Brown's association with Sunderland came on October the 7th when a bright enough start to the campaign diverged wildly. A 1-0 half-time lead over Oxford became a 5-1 battering and Brown wouldn't win another game as manager. The club had liabilities of £250,000, the team was no good on the pitch and looked destined to spend yet another year and the foreseeable in the second tier, so a change had to be made. The options were salivating as the bookies drew up favourites from Jack Charlton and Brian Clough to even Don Revie and Tommy Docherty. The reality was those names were mere pipe dreams. In the meantime, Billy Elliott, no not that one, took caretaker charge and took the club to the bottom 6 of the Second Division. The ship needed righting, and fast. Bob Stoker was from the region. His dad supported Sunderland, but he himself rose through the ranks of the Newcastle United team, making a scoring debut on Christmas Day 1950 against Middlesbrough. He'd only moved towards the tail end of his career to Bury, where he'd quickly pick up the managerial reins, which is where he'd run into Don Revie and pick up a disdain for the forward turned manager. After taking Bury to their best post-war finish, he was headhunted by Charlton Athletic. Ultimately though, Stokoe's managerial career was marked by a slew of underdog clubs who were forced into players' sales. Sacked in the early knockings of the 67-68 campaign, Stokoe moved north to Rochdale, who was skulking about in their usual guise of staving off demotion to non-league. His couple of years at the club triggered them into promotion, but only once he had departed again, this time a little closer to home, to Carlisle United. It was here where he'd prosper in the Cups, in the League Cup where he was thwarted by West Brom at the semi-final stage, replicating his efforts in '63 with Bury. He was just too good for Carlisle, hence Blackpool hired him in 1970. He'd pick up his first trophy at Blumfield Road, doesn't matter if it was only the Anglo-Italian Cup. Nonetheless, he was unable to keep them in the top flight, but was able to relegate Charlton from the Second Division as Blackpool manager. By the midway point of the 1972-73 campaign, Blackpool seemed bound for a First Division return. Then he got a call from a bigger club, not for the first time in his career. The news was dominated by the silver wedding anniversary of some leechers who lived in some palace, but November 20th, 1972 will forever be associated with Bob Stokoe's return to the North East when he was hired by Sunderland. They'd paid Blackpool 12 grand for the privilege, not an insignificant sum, especially for a manager in 1972. His first match was the same result as the club's last, a dour 1-0 loss that kept the winless streak ticking over in advance of Christmas. It wouldn't take him long though to turn it around.
Held and allowed to go on with it. Stewart on the left, he should score from this. He does.
Sunderland went on to beat Brighton 4-0, their first win at Roker in 3 months.
Hughes didn't realise his luck. Here's the chance for Stewart now. He should. He did.
From the precipice of relegation in 19th place after 19 league games, Stokoe had managed to juggle the club's mood and the reintroduction of the FA Cup alongside a climb up the division. Undefeated in January, Sunderland would lose just once between December 2nd and March 3rd as the Rokerites climbed nearer and nearer to safety. Notts County were the first opposition thrown to Sunderland in the Cup. Of the third tier, they were supposed to be rolled over, but instead needed a replay. County had disposed of top-tier talent in the League Cup earlier on in the season, however, so were dangerous, but they were defeated here. By the fourth round and Reading another tie won after a needless replay, Stokoe had his team finally sorted out. Soon-to-be record appearance holder Jim Montgomery kept goal as he usually did. Dave Watson was a rock at centre-half. Ian Porterfield was handed the number 10 as a chief creator behind names such as Billy Hughes, Bobby Kerr and Dennis Stewart. He wasn't shy in bringing names in from St James's Park either, as Ron Guthrie and Dave Young came in from their rivals. With defence sufficiently bolstered, Vic Hallam was added to the front line and John Hughes was brought in from Celtic. Whilst Hughes would last just one game before his knee crumbled, ending his career, Hallam would enjoy a more fruitful career at Roker Park. Sunderland remained out at 250-1 to win the FA Cup because of who they had just been paired off with in the 5th round, Manchester City. English champions as recently as 1968, they had come within a whisker of regaining their title in the prior season, but for the maligned transfer of a Rodney Marsh. It was the game Sunderland and Stokoe needed to ignite their cup run.
This is the danger man. Doyle. Pulled back for Towers. Good shot! What a goal! Fine goal by Towers. And that's a bad kick. Gone straight to Horswell. Yes! Stewart playing it for Hughes, who is onside. Corrigan has come out and is in danger here. Yes! Bell on a run into the goal mouth. And it's gone in off the goalkeeper. An own goal.
Sunderland had an unexpected help in hand from nearby United fans who lent their support at Main Road thanks to the postponement of their own league match against Crystal Palace. Nonetheless, a tireless performance kept Sunderland in the hunt. They knew they'd be facing Luton Town should they do the impossible and sink Manchester City back at Roker. It had taken Leeds United 3 matches to dispose of Sunderland the last time that the Rokerites were in the 5th round of the FA Cup. They were amongst the best English football had to offer back then. City occupied a similar plane in '73. In the meantime, Stokoe had finally gotten himself a head trainer, Arthur Cox, after his initial target of Malcolm Musgrove was unattainable. The manager went into the tie at a conundrum. Dave Young found himself on the sidelines and Richie Pitt, a man that Stokoe only selected against Reading so that he'd be cup-tied ahead of a prospective move to Arsenal, would now be required more full-time.
Gap for Porterfield. Couldn't find room for a shot. Norcan Horsfield, this is Kerr. That's a good ball. And it's gone in! Tremendous shot! Back out to Kerr. Hughes still trying to find a way through and succeeding! What a superb goal by Hughes! Bell waiting at the back of the box. That's the pass aimed for his head. There's the nod down, and Lee going in. Got it! Porterfield, Malone, and plenty of Sunderland players prepared to join the break. Flicked on well for Stewart, and put in. Hughes has done it. 3-1.
Over 51,000 souls saw Sunderland into the FA Cup quarter-final for the first time since Alan Brown's first reign in 1964. That time they took Manchester United to 3 matches. Surely Luton Town, who they shared the second division with, would be an easier task. Then again, the Hatters had semi-recent experience of Wembley, albeit in a losing effort back in 1959 against Nottingham Forest. But they'd also gone from the height of the first division down to the 4th division inside 5 years and then back to the 2nd division by the time of this quarter-final. So, you know, usual Luton Town stuff. Sunderland had gone down to them in what we officially have to call a dress rehearsal, but it was only 1-0 and both sides, admittedly, had rested numerous talent. The 6th round of the Cup is where it mattered now.
Again after many a slip. Hughes can make it, but Watson did! At last they've got it right from a set piece. From a set piece that the goal came last time. Corner on that side, and this time it's Pitt who's come up and not Watson. Coming instead to Stewart. No, Pitt won it! Beautiful turn! Beautiful turn!
The attendance was over 53,000, some achievement considering the other quarter-finals were all played at First Division grounds and gained less supporters, from Molineux and the baseball ground to Stamford Bridge. The 26 grand that Sunderland received was comfortably their record gate receipts. Sunderland's odds of lifting the cup had shrunk from 250 to 1 to 100 to 1, but won't have moved too much nearer given that the teams remaining in the competition were the double winners of 2 years prior and previous FA Cup finalists Arsenal, the holders of the cup and soon to be English champions Leeds United, as well as Wolverhampton Wanderers, who weren't that shabby either considering that they had appeared in a UEFA Cup final less than 12 months prior. Wolves would have been the easier of the 3 opponents, yet it was Arsenal who they drew for the all-important semi-final at Hillsborough on April the 7th. Almost instantly the Gunners were pegged as favourites to lift the famous trophy. They would be without Frank McClintock, but with all the pressure going into the semi-final, instead Sunderland were relaxed, milled about town playing golf and having a few cans. The two sides couldn't have entered the game in more different moods.
Story ducking low to try and backhead it. Horswell. Lockley. Touching back, and will he go far enough? No! Hallam! A goal! Lockley's mistake. Wilson came out. And Sunderland, surprising everybody, have gone into the lead through Hallam. And Sunderland with another throw. Stewart coming hard towards it. And it's there! Hughes with the header, and Wilson could only put it into his own goal. And now the task for Arsenal is enormous. Simpson, oh, Kennedy and Charlie George. Yes, Charlie George. Well, that really does give this tremendous semi-final a magnificent last 5 minutes.
But we know that football always doesn't go to form. Arsenal would have to wait until the start of a new decade to appear in 3 successive FA Cup finals. Instead, it was a Sunderland team appearing in their first cup final in 36 years to be the team lining up against Leeds United at Wembley on May the 5th. A combination of this wild cup run and a flu epidemic at Christmas left Sunderland with an upwards of 7 games in hand back in the less glamorous surroundings of the 2nd division. Stokoe ensured his side entered Wembley in fine form, winning 5 of their 8 fixtures against teams like Huddersfield, Portsmouth, Hull, Cardiff and his old club Blackpool. On the morning of the cup final, Sunderland had fulfilled 40 of their 42 league fixtures and were marooned in the nothingness of 7th place. Then again, this season had long since been devoted to the cup. Still, despite sinking both Arsenal and Manchester City, almost every omen went against Sunderland. There hadn't been a team outside the first division to lift the cup since West Brom did so in 1931, and even then they went on to be promoted that season. Sunderland were meeting a team of full internationals at Wembley. Meanwhile, the closest they got to an international level footballer was Jim Montgomery, who was at one point pegged as England's number 3 goalkeeper, but was ultimately snubbed by Alf Ramsey ahead of the 1970 FIFA World Cup. A team of no international footballers hadn't won the cup since Barnsley in 1912. Whilst Jim Montgomery had been in the Wembley dressing rooms before, it was only Richie Pitt out of the Sunderland players who had played out there on that cliched, hallowed turf, and even that was at schoolboy level. Contrastingly, Wembley had almost become a second home for Leeds United and Don Revie. But Leeds were rigid, focused, had everything to lose and still had half an eye on a European final against Milan. Sunderland, alternatively, did have multiple games after this, but they were completely meaningless. The only match that did matter, this one, they ultimately had nothing to lose in. By the time the final kicked off, Bob Stokoe had his team talk written for him 10 times over. Firstly, he was meeting his nemesis Don Revie, who had at one time attempted to bribe him when they met as managers during Stokoe's time at Gig Lane. Secondly, on Sunderland's successful return from their semi-final, they encountered a banner over a motorway bridge which read Leeds United FA Cup winners 1973. Then there was the perceived lack of respect handed to his team, as the FA didn't even bother flipping a coin for what end their supporters would to be situated at and what dressing room the players were in. Then came the ITV build-up where Sunderland's team were eviscerated by the pundits who predicted Eddie Gray would have his opposition number Dick Malone on toast, as they say now, and would be the deciding factor. It was the famous stadium's 50th anniversary after the White Horse final of 1923. No better time then for the impossible to become possible.
Stokoe wearing a tracksuit, which is certainly unusual, but both he and Don Revie looking so relaxed. The two smallest captains ever in a Wembley Cup final. Bremner standing at 5'4.5", and Bobby Kerr, 5'4". Kerr again setting the right example to his team. Nodding that one away, but only as far as Horswell. Oh, and that was a fraction wide. And that must be Harvey's, but he's under a lot of pressure. A deep one again. Watson is right in there. So too is Hallam. And Porterfield! Oh, Porterfield has scored!
So easy to have slashed it over the bar, but kept down so well.
With a problem or two. And look at him. After all, the Penny wearing stripes at Wembley has been beaten. That was Huddersfield in 1938. There's some red and white straps up on those terraces this afternoon. Clark denied at the very last. Again, Montgomery gets in the way of it. And so, that was Clark, and the ball is in the back of the net, but there obviously was an infringement put there by Cherry. Now with a transfer shot, brought down, no penalty given. The referee won't even listen and look. Decided that Bremner made far too much of it. Time for Reaney as Sunderland crowd them out. Reaney, the high one in, and Cherry going in, and a great save, and a goal, no! My goodness, nearly 2 minutes of injury time, and again the bench is urging everybody to go back, and Sunderland have done it! Stokoe can't believe it, but Sunderland from the second division, where's he going from Sunderland?
Charlton headed it home. He simply walked the ball into the net. What a goal! United in the lead. Manchester United had well and truly done it. At last, Matt Busby, the maestro of Manchester United, had groomed a team great enough to beat Europe's best.
Manchester United became the first English team to become champions of Europe in 1968. 6 years later, they found themselves unthinkably on the quick road to relegation. This is a story of how they fell so far and how they got back. It had been 10 years since half his team perished on the Munich runway, but finally Matt Busby could call himself a European champion. He called himself the happiest man in England, but warned his club's rivals that winning the 1968 European Cup final was not the end of his road. After nearly a quarter of a century in charge at Old Trafford amid the most perilous rebuilding of a football team in sport history, there was no way it wouldn't be. "12 months later, despite a spirited comeback in Manchester, Busby failed to defend his European crown, losing at the semi-final stage of the European Cup to Milan. The manager's retirement had long been telegraphed. To kick off 1969, Matt Busby announced his intention to step aside from the role of Manchester United manager come the end of the season. The club had made it through the opening rounds of the European Cup once again, but had been beaten in their attempts to become world champions in a fiery Intercontinental Cup final against Estudiantes. Oh yeah, and their league form verged from the inconsistent to the downright comical. In August, they'd been humiliated 4-0 at Old Trafford by Chelsea before the Holy Trinity's 4 goals at Hillsborough couldn't stop another defeat to Sheffield Wednesday. So in the midst of another losing fit with losses either side of Christmas at Filbert Street, the Dell, Highbury and at Elland Road, Busby called it quits and United were in 16th place. With league form being partially corrected to 11th and the upcoming European Cup semi-final in Milan, Busby's successor was announced, Wilf McGuinness. A former member of the Busby Babes, McGuinness' career was cut down before his prime when he was forced to retire from football aged only 22. Since then, he had taken an interest in the youth team whilst helping to coach the reserves outfit and had been the assistant first-team trainer to Jack Crompton in Busby's latter years. At only 31 years of age, McGuinness was to be the man entrusted with managing Manchester United on a 3-year contract. Well, not quite. McGuinness was given the role of Manchester United manager, which did succeed Matt Busby, sure, but in actuality, he barely had a fraction of that power. Busby was moved upstairs into the position of club general manager. That retained his power on transfers and all club matters, not on the pitch or on the training field. In fact, Busby still occupied his old office, whilst McGuinness was pointedly handed the former office of assistant manager Jimmy Murphy. Like Busby, Murphy was getting on a bit and opted for semi-retirement upon Busby's job change, i.e. at the perfect time. He took a step back and became a club scout. In scenes more befitting the club's current self-sabotaging behaviour, the club rescinded Jimmy Murphy's taxi money, which rendered him getting to work on his bus pass. Let's not forget it was Jimmy Murphy who coached the club through the gaping wounds of the Munich air disaster, and he was Matt Busby's right-hand man throughout the historic rebuild of the football club. It took barely 4 league games for McGuinness to seek Busby out to select his team for him. Confidence wrecked after a 3-0 loss to Everton early on in the season. The 11 that Busby had selected for McGuinness saw Bobby Charlton and Dennis Law in the team. United quickly corrected their losing ways and held both Wolves and Newcastle to stable 0-0 draws. Whilst it took McGuinness until August 30th to grab a league win, at the 7th time of asking, United corrected their form during the autumnal months and made themselves useful in the cup competitions. They needed a replay to kick Brian Clough's Derby County out of the League Cup quarter-finals, whilst a Manchester Derby triumph and a George Best double hat-trick against Northampton Town sparked a similar run to the semi-finals of the FA Cup against Leeds United.
Somerby is coming to the middle, Lee pouncing on it. Red shirts are bobbing around there. Bell! A goal! Colin Bell! And on the far side it's Aston. Straight into the path of Charlton! Can he now give City this league to take to the second leg? He has 2-1. So Manchester City in fact make a fairly precarious journey across to Old Trafford for the second leg in a fortnight's time, leading here after a truly magnificent game by 2 goals to 1.
Number 7, Somerby. Young. Wide it's yours. Boyer. And the goal. Forward was Edwards for back. He's eaten. Best with his perfect balance. Again up with a long ball. It's all level. Now Francis Lee had better get that leg right because this is a tailor-made position for him. Oh no, he's not going to have a shot at goal. Oh, it's a goal by somebody.
United improved their standings by 3 points and 3 positions ahead of Manchester City, but it was that League Cup semi-final defeat that kept the bragging rights with the blue half of the city. It was they who had claimed silverware from 1970, lifting the League Cup ahead of West Bromwich Albion. They even got some European honours for themselves too, dispatching of Polish side Górnik Zabrze in the Cup Winners' Cup final. Meanwhile, all United could hang their hat on was another semi-final, the second of which, fighting for a place at Wembley with Chelsea in the FA Cup, went the distance against Leeds and then some.
Another semi-final in 1970 between Leeds United and Manchester United. Leeds had won 1-0 thanks to Billy Bremner in 1965, and it was the same player to win the match in the second replay 5 years later.
It was the last nail in the coffin for United's season as the 1970s began. Wilf McGuinness had grand plans for the club, targeting players such as Malcolm McDonald, Colin Todd and Mick Mills, but quickly found himself unable to govern the club properly. Matt Busby wanted his boys in place, which included keeping on the ageing Bobby Charlton, as well as Dennis Law, whose peak was hurried along thanks to a glut of injuries. George Best, who was still in his peak, was left to flounder without an authority figure as manager. McGuinness did get one signing, but it wasn't one he wanted, when Arsenal's Ian Ure was acquired for the backline. Ure was signed on the basis of a medical that consisted of a few bends of the knee. It wasn't anywhere near thorough enough to diagnose the obvious knee problems that Ure had become riddled with in his latter career. So what should have been a quietly optimistic team that improved on their league standing and went some way in both domestic cups was one beset by all kinds of doubt. McGuinness was manager in name only, and when he tried to implement his vision, that being dropping players like Bobby Charlton and Dennis Law for John Aston and Don Givens, he quickly found himself coming to Matt Busby for advice well into the 1970-71 season. Munich survivor and European champion Bill Foulkes returned to the club as a coach, which might be a sign that McGuinness was trying to finally imprint his vision on the club. It could also be seen as another one of Busby's European Cup winners coming back and undermining the new manager even more so. Either way, the 1970-71 season regressed into an autumnal slump and 9 defeats before Christmas. The club was 5th from bottom in the league and undeniably in a relegation scrap, but McGuinness had one final roll of the dice before Christmas. In defeating the likes of Aldershot, Portsmouth, Chelsea and Crystal Palace, United had earned themselves another 2-legged semi-final in the League Cup and had avoided the biggest shark left in the draw, Tottenham Hotspur. Occupying the 3rd Division North as it was at the time, Aston Villa were the opponents, and we were getting increasingly close to this tie being a must-win should McGuinness have any designs on keeping his job.
David Gibson. Hamilton looking for it, and look ahead! And a goal! And he look ahead! Aiken getting in each other's way!
Kidd. Oh, brilliant bit of work by Kidd. It's a goal, a great goal. Lockhead, he's got it. Oh, beautiful link. Lockhead to Anderson. Backman, he scored. Backman has scored for the Villa.
And with that, the writing was very much on the wall for McGuinness. He had no power, he'd lost the dressing room if he ever had it at all, and now even the results weren't going remotely in his way. Compounding these incremental defeats was a straw that broke the camel's back, also known as a 4-4 draw at the baseball ground to Brian Clough's Derby County. Entering 1971 with no signs of positivity, Wilf McGuinness was sacked. The only thing that made sense was to get Matt Busby back onto the touchline, not that he'd conceded any power in the intervening 18 months anyway. Wilf McGuinness' meek run at the Manchester United job was completely encapsulated with his tucking straight back into the reserve manager job before pride overcame him and he left the club entirely after just 2 weeks. He moved to Greece and allegedly all his hair fell out from the blatant effects of stress and maybe embarrassment. With the adults back in charge, United could hope for an uptick in form. Either way, one of Matt Busby's first acts was to tank the club's chances of winning the FA Cup as they went down to a 3rd round replay to Middlesbrough. On the score sheet that day, George Best, who so typically flicks the switch, and got his form back on the straight and narrow for the remainder of the season. David Sadler was critical of the team when he said, "The side as a whole did not give 100% effort for McGuinness. As soon as Sir Matt returned to the scene, it changed at once." Tools picked straight back up. United weren't beaten in the league for 5 weeks as their inconsistent oscillation between win and defeat on a weekly basis lent itself for a return back to the mid-table where Busby had left them. In a fitting denouement to his time as a football manager, Busby took his United team across town to Main Road where each of his Holy Trinity found the net in a 4-3 win. That confirmed 8th place with 43 points, and with that, Busby re-retired back into his general manager position as the club sought another new manager. The legend of Celtic Park, Jock Stein, was chased but not captured. The governor of the big team across the Pennines, Don Revie, was chased and not captured. Even Dave Sexton, who had done some good things with Chelsea, wasn't captured. So the new manager of Manchester United must have come as some disappointment when Leicester City's Frank O'Farrell was announced as yet another Matt Busby successor. If you've endured the 12-year torrent of post-Sir Alex Ferguson form of Manchester United, then you won't be surprised to learn that the reign was botched right from the very start. So United come to O'Farrell with an offer of £15,000 per year, and when it comes to finalising the deal, General Manager Matt Busby enters a number of £12,000 per year. O'Farrell did eventually get the bigger and better offer after ownership intervention, but that one little moment had sown the seeds for the rest of his tenure at Old Trafford. The new manager was stepping into a changing landscape. First off, Nobby Stiles had been sold off to Middlesbrough and Paddy Crerand had retired to join the coaching staff. It meant 2 more of the European champions had departed the club as it slowly but surely took a stand in breaking away from the successful era. Perhaps more significantly, O'Farrell got his feet very literally under the table when he got the manager's office from Sir Matt Busby, who finally relinquished it. The new manager got his team behind him too, as Malcolm Musgrove got his name as the assistant. Despite all of the hurdles, including a 2-match stadium ban which diverted home fixtures against Arsenal and West Brom to Anfield and Stoke's Victoria Ground respectively, both were won as United seamlessly smashed through the gears, winning 13 of their first 19 league matches. Was this really what United's future would be like after Matt Busby had definitively taken a little step back from power? George Best was even back in form, netting a hat-trick away to Southampton, which helped him secure a new contract at the club. United were 3 points ahead of City and light years ahead of the rest of the chasing pack that featured Derby, Sheffield United, Leeds and Liverpool. Then the wheels famously came off. If 3 successive draws against Stoke, Ipswich and Coventry closed out 1971 in a negative manner, then George Best skipped training in the first week of 1972 and the club lost 7 on the bounce. 9th in the league, 10 points off the pace, United were shot. And when Ian Storey-Moore was finally signed after the circus that surrounded each of United, Nottingham Forest and Derby, his goals had a hand in each of United's next 5 league wins up until the end of the season. The problem was, they were the club's only league victories as United remained in freefall. Also in freefall, see George Best. He'd moved out of his club digs into an alleged state-of-the-art post-modern house with remote-controlled curtains, which would only serve as one of the most expensive prisons on earth. He'd continue to miss training, continue to piss off senior figures like Bobby Charlton as Manchester United continued to look less and less like former European champions. Best would blob a post-season tour, choosing instead to sunbathe in Marbella and announce his retirement. It wouldn't be the last time as he re-announced his availability ahead of the 1972-73 season. As George Best played chicken with his entire livelihood, so United would begin playing chicken with their first division status. Frank O'Farrell attempted to continue in his march to change the club and make them successful again. The wholesale changes in the summer of '72 included the sales of John Aston, Jimmy Ryan, Alan Gowlin, Francis Burns and Don Givens. In their place, the strike duo of Wyn Davis and Ted McDougall. Anything could happen, and it did. United lost the first 3, they drew the 4 after that, before failing to score in defeats against Coventry and Wolves. Rock bottom, seemingly, O'Farrell's tenure hung from a thread as both Derby and Birmingham visited Old Trafford and got beat in September and October. Then George Best returned, only with the magic not following him. O'Farrell didn't want him there, he'd been charged with assault whilst in a nightclub, surprise, and the use for him actually being there for much longer was dwindling with each match. And yet they sunk further and further into the sludge, losing 3-0 at Main Road on November the 18th, 1972, as United officially physically hit bottom of the league. But they'd not properly hit the true rock bottom yet.
Oh, nicely inside the ball back for Mulligan. Here's a chance and a goal! Oh, played inside for Mulligan. And another goal! Rodgers, and he's onside, Don Rodgers. 6 at one side now. That's there! Hughes. Whittle. Oh, that's incredible, yes! And a Whittle! And this has been their greatest afternoon. And there's Rodgers. Will this be 5? It's going to be 5.
Of the match, Dennis Law said Palace were awful and they beat us 5-0. What does that say about us? It said they were managerless as the club finally bit the bullet on another 18-month managerial reign, only this time they occupied the relegation zone. Instead of freezing out players like George Best, it was O'Farrell himself who felt frozen out and on the sidelines. Incredibly, it was Best as opposed to O'Farrell that Busby would have more chats with regarding the state of the club. The feeling that the manager was being undermined from above started strongly during the initial negotiations and was only fermenting from then on in. The goalkeeper he wanted to replace, Alex Stepney, still played golf with Sir Matt Busby, which just about barred his sale when O'Farrell longed to sign Peter Shilton. Meanwhile, Busby continuously stuck his neck out for the older European champions in Bobby Charlton and Dennis Law, effectively holding the club back due to his own loyalty. And who could blame him? After all, Matt Busby had met death eye to eye, he won and then created a whole new team so that he could achieve what his lost team was supposed to have done. "1973 was just coming into focus, but United had got their new manager for what had hoped to be a successful latter half of the decade. Accosted during the Crystal Palace slump at Sellers Park was Tommy Docherty, who was purely in South London on scouting work. It soon turned the afternoon into an invaluable opportunity when he was effectively handed the reins to one of the biggest clubs in English football. A week later he'd oversee a 1-1 home draw against Don Revie's Leeds United. Docherty had success in his managerial past, most notably with the League Cup with Chelsea, but had since failed in stints with QPR, Aston Villa, Rotherham United and in going abroad to Porto as well. In what was a harsh change of tone from the dour to the attacking, Tommy Docherty's Manchester United did not win a game of football until February the 10th. There, a Bobby Charlton double at home to Wolves confirmed both points and further triumphs over the likes of West Brom, Newcastle and Southampton, preempted a stunning reversal of fortunes ahead of April 1973. United were still in the thick of a relegation battle. Fans flocked back in their droves as Docherty's first signing, Lou Macari, hit the ground running, helping himself to 5 goals in the latter stage of the season. United's springtime run continued with home victories over Norwich and Crystal Palace, which just about got the Red Devils away from the dreaded drop zone. Safe with 37 points and in 18th place, Docherty could now perform the surgery he and the club desperately needed. Bobby Charlton finally laid the ghost of his Manchester United career, departing the club in the summer of 1973 after one of the finest tenures at any English club. His Holy Trinity teammate Dennis Law would also leave, but in more inauspicious terms, when the Scottish forward discovered his free transfer from hearing so on the television. His injuries had gotten the better of him, hastening his twilight years along, but it was still a shock to see such a club legend tossed to one side just like that. A player that Docherty couldn't get rid of just yet was George Best, who told Busby of his intentions to return to the club during the 73-74 campaign whilst he was laid up in hospital with thrombosis. Joining other European champions were Tony Dunn and David Sadler, which left only Best, Brian Kidd and Alex Stepney as the 1968 survivors. Meanwhile, Brian Greenough, Jerry Daly and the final Busby babe Sammy McIlroy featured more from the reserves as a much needed youth was applied to the team. The season started as it meant to go on, United losing to Arsenal, Leicester, Ipswich and Leicester again in the first 6 matches. When George Best did return, it was clear that his intention of returning to the club was laid on shaky foundations. He netted the odd goal in his final 12 appearances for the club as his Old Trafford career ended with a pitiful run out on New Year's Day against Queen's Park Rangers. United had given the former Ballon d'Or winner enough chances, but by the time 1974 had turned up, Best's boozing had returned, and with the club only holding 5 league victories all season, they were back in the relegation dogfight once again. This time Best's threat of retirement was at least true to Manchester United as they slumped to third bottom with the defeat against QPR. They'd scored just 20 goals in 23 matches, shipping over 30, and now couldn't pull the emergency ripcord of a new manager to rejuvenate their plight of sitting within the relegation places. Their joint top scorer summed it all up. Goalkeeper Alex Stepney was the man sharing that accolade after he had been given the so-called honour of being the club's penalty taker. He'd scored in home matches against Leicester, lost 2-1 at Old Trafford in September, and the only goal of one of United's rare victories against Birmingham in October. The fact that he'd also scored 2 also made George Best joint top scorer, not that it was much of an accolade with January kicking about. United weren't about to pull clear of the mire anytime soon, not winning a league game in 1974 until March, and with the FA Cup a long-forgotten memory, United had 12 matches to save their First Division status. A draw away at Main Road in the derby followed. Matt Busby implored Doherty to remember his and United's attacking spirit, so when the club travelled to Stamford Bridge to meet a similarly underperforming Chelsea, Doherty changed tact. A 4-2-4 was deployed and the club's fortunes changed. Jerry Daly, Sammy McIlroy and Willie Morgan each netted in a 3-1 win before a topsy-turvy draw at home to Burnley. Then each of Norwich, Newcastle and Everton fell as United tightened up their defence with the advent of April. Ultimately, they'd given themselves far too much to do when only a point could be brought back at home from Southampton, and even less so could be achieved at Goodison Park. So on the afternoon of April 27th, 1974, Manchester City of all teams travelled to Old Trafford with the chance to put their nearest rivals out of their misery.
Lee pulled across for Law! Dennis has done it! So that presumably is the end of the game, and apart from 90 minutes at Stoke on Monday, the end of Manchester United's 36 years unbroken run in the First Division.
It was a Manchester derby for the history books, one in which the blue half tends to poke fun at the red half because it is supposed to be the match in which Dennis Law backheeled United into relegation, as if he was wiping his shoes on the doormat before he entered his home. In actuality, United would have gone down no matter what happened that afternoon. Birmingham's 2-1 win at home to Norwich and Southampton's 3-0 triumph at Goodison Park confirmed United's relegation to the Second Division no matter what occurred at Old Trafford. Only now had Manchester United truly hit rock bottom. So Matt Busby told Tommy Doherty that his job was safe. The club, after all, needed stability more than anything now. To toast relegation, a crate of champagne. After all, the worst that could possibly have happened had happened. United could now breathe before beginning to heal. The pressure was off, but the harsh reality of a rebuild still existed even more so than ever. But the club were aptly under control of a jovial and confident manager in Tommy Doherty, and possibly the most perfect manager to mount a promotion push. Instantly it was obvious that it was going to be a fun ride in the Second Division when 10,000 United supporters marched down to East London to witness a 2-0 win away to Leyton Orient. Back at home, the average attendance was touching 48,000 in one of the biggest averages at that level for a quarter of a century. Everything came a little easier, even Manchester derby wins, the only one of which in the 1974-75 season was played at Old Trafford in front of 55,000 supporters in the third round of the League Cup, won with a Jerry Daly penalty. Unfortunately, United would not get to return to Wembley just yet under Doherty, thanks to a semi-final two-legged defeat to Norwich City. But United were soon back in the big time thanks to a free-flowing attacking football played under Doherty and the carefree spirit it was played under. It was like the club had gone under a much-needed fortnight's worth of a package holiday and were back to work at the grindstone. Promotion was achieved in the fourth and final match courtesy of Lou Macari's winner away at Southampton on April the 5th, with the title secured ahead of Aston Villa well in advance of the final day. The club weren't far off challenging, maybe the odd winger was needed and United could be back in the mix in the First Division. And in the haze of Sir Matt Busby's two retirements, relegation was key to United's recovery, harsh, short-term pain necessity for the longer-term betterment of the club. And if only things were that easy. Manchester United in the mid to late 1970s wouldn't be completely rosy, just like they aren't now, despite the constant teasing of a new era.
And now it's a chance for Richards. Oh, and he's got it! John Richards!
Stan Cullis was gone and Wolverhampton Wanderers' demise was supposed to follow, except it didn't. Except the Europe-faring team Cullis had long promised arrived in a new decade called the 70s. This is the Wolves team that everybody outside of Molineux has criminally forgotten about. September the 15th, 1964 will forever be a black day in the Black Countries Association with football. It was the day Stan Cullis was unceremoniously fired less than 24 hours after a 4-3 win over West Ham. Cullis had just returned from sick leave, delivered the club's first win of the season, not to mention put the entire club on the map and helped lay the foundations for European football as we now know it, and now he was on the scrap heap. By the end of the season, they had been promptly relegated under the management of Andy Beattie. After losing 9-3, yes, 9-3 at Southampton in September 1965, it was no wonder that Beattie was sacked 48 hours later. Ultimately, his successor Ronnie Allen would take Wolves back up via a late piece of brilliance to sign Derek Dougan, and a 4-1 win over Bury on April the 22nd, 1967 confirmed that. And whilst they would lose a championship decider at Highfield Road in the following game, they followed Coventry up to the top tier. It was exciting times as Wolves not only posted themselves back to the big time, they underwent a gruelling pre-season in America and Canada, which ended with a bizarre 6-5 win over Aberdeen. Soon though the real stuff got going, first with a win at Craven Cottage and then straight into the fire of a Black Country derby that ended 3-3 at Molineux. After a third successful game beating title contenders Leeds, the wheels promptly fell off the entire season before September had even had chance to show up. If they weren't teaming a 4-match losing streak in the league with a first hurdle exit from the League Cup, they were having a miserable start to 68, gaining just 2 points from 9 matches. They wouldn't furnish 1968 with victory until March the 9th, 2-1 over Sunderland if you were wondering, and by that point they were firmly embedded into a relegation scrap. Thankfully for the Molineux faithful, the team in front of them just about managed enough points, 14 from their last 13 games, in order to climb into safety. But when Liverpool rocked up in the West Midlands that September and stuck 6 past Wolves, Ronnie Allen's days were numbered. He was able to stave off the sack for a couple of months, yet masterminding wins over Coventry, Sheffield Wednesday and West Ham, before being sacked after a draw at Turf Moor in mid-November. Allen's successor would be receiving Wolves in 14th place, i.e. no man's land. Wolves hired Ipswich Town boss Bill McGarry, cut from the same cloth as Major Frank Buckley. Perhaps it was a stricter disciplinarian type which the club craved. McGarry announced himself with a quote, "Deep inside me I want to win, every game in every league." Wolves obliged, snapping straight into gear, Derek Dougan and Peter Knowles bagging braces in a 5-0 whitewash of Newcastle before Dougan struck again in the next home game, another win, this time against Spurs. Naturally, McGarry couldn't maintain that, idling by in 15th place when 1969 showed up, having lost as many as he had won in the league. Amidst Spurs gaining ample revenge in the FA Cup 4th round in January, Wolves underwent a delve into the abyss. They began the year with a decent enough win over Forest, but promptly managed to win only 1 from their next 12, taking the club to Easter and to the fringes of the relegation conversation. Thankfully, McGarry's side had drawn far too many games to get roped in and won only 1 from their remaining 5, typically against reigning and soon-to-be dethroned champions Manchester City. Either way, an inauspicious start to life in the Molineux dugout for Bill McGarry.
And Curran going in, a goal! Hugh Curran!
It would get better as 4-1 to begin the league campaign attested to. Just forget about the 8 draws and 2 defeats across 10 games that preceded the footage we've just shown you. It was an average start to the season that was spiced up by the news that 23-year-old Peter Knowles shockingly announced his retirement from football to focus on his new faith as a Jehovah's Witness. Either way, the formatting of 2 points for a win was doing all the heavy lifting as Wolves entered spooky season in 5th place, only 8 points behind eventual champions Everton. Their form only improved, Wolves taking the scalps of West Brom and Arsenal before, most impressively, tearing one of the finer Chelsea teams apart by 3 at Molineux 2 weeks out from Christmas. Ending 1969 with a valuable point at Old Trafford, McGarry could finally say he had got comfortable in the role as Wolves manager. In January, Wolves began the 70s with no signs of slowing, taking revenge out on Burnley for the FA Cup exit, as well as dispatching Bobby Robson's Ipswich at Molineux. Sat in 5th place, Wolves were dreaming of a European return. Instead, they wouldn't win another game all season. 5 draws, 8 defeats, 0 victories, and a final resting place of 13th, and ultimately only an incremental improvement of 3 places and 5 points when so much more had been promised. The form typically bled into a horrendous start to the new season. Soon enough, the toil of McGarry's work would come to fruition. Finally, after overcoming a cartilage operation, Kenny Hibbert made his long overdue first sustained run in the team, which started with a goal against Chelsea in a September draw. And when you add Arsenal's Bobby Gould to the tune of 50 grand, you had the beginnings of a somewhat functional team.
Gould in here. There it is. Gould. Dugan up with him. There's Dugan. Derek Dugan.
The 70s had belatedly got going with the fine run of autumnal form, which defeated both Manchester clubs and gained the Black Country bagging rights over the Baggies. By the turn of the year, with a win over the champions, Wolves found themselves 6th. Some might say similar surroundings to where they had been 12 months prior. The question now was, would they stay the course? An unbeaten 6 weeks to kick off 71 said so, as did a Molineux triumph over Liverpool and 4 stuck beyond their opponents at the Hawthorns. Gould was banging in the goals, the midfield was now a well-oiled machine, and Wolves were virtually irresistible.
Higa. Good running by Higa. Oh, a chance for Dugan.
Entering April, they stood 3rd, albeit a long way off the pace set by Leeds United and Arsenal. In the end, 3 wins from their final 7 would be enough to confirm 4th, a long way encased in the European places, thanks to 5th place Liverpool reaching the FA Cup final and Chelsea winning the Cup Winners' Cup. It was Wolves' highest league return since 1961, and they even marked the campaign with a trophy. Who cares if it was Hearts and the Texaco Cup? It was a springboard. It had been a bruising start to the 1971-72 campaign, out at the first available opportunity in the League Cup before scraping only 3 wins from their first 9 matches in the league. Then followed the shocking sale of Bobby Gould to the Hawthorns of all places. But we all know that's not what you're here for. You're here for Wolves' first European game in 10 years. It had been a long time since Wolves had missed out on a Cup Winners' Cup final in 1961. Now they would welcome Portugal's Académica Coimbra to Molineux. As Wolves were distributed out onto the continent, to Portugal, to the Netherlands and to East Germany, they finally found their First Division legs in mid-November as the cool weather blew in. They had scratched and clawed to win both points against Brian Clough's upwardly mobile Derby County on November the 13th. It was the much-needed win as McGarry found his first-choice 11. In fact, it would be the same 11 that would play in each and every game of a wonderful end to 71 and an even better start to 72. Wolves were only 5 places and 4 points off the pace when they were unceremoniously slapped for 5 by Man City. They had been ejected from the FA Cup 3rd round by the perennial cup bridesmaids that were Leicester City, and whilst they did show some inconsistencies, ultimately dropping out of a 4-pronged title race. But that was only understandable. After sinking Karl Zeiss Jena of East Germany in the 3rd round of the UEFA Cup back in December, the royalty of European football continued to roll into the West Midlands to provide springtime distraction. Juventus were arguably the biggest team in Italy despite their Milanese brethren, the ones hoarding the European Cups. Meanwhile, Ferencvaros were no mugs. You only needed to ask none other than Juventus, as they had lost to the Hungarians in the 1965 Fairs Cup final. And then the news from Italy: we would have an all-English final. Tottenham Hotspur meant it was 6th versus 9th in the First Division, the team that won England's first European trophy versus the team that helped bring the idea of European competition to the continent.
Free kick to Wolves just outside the box. Quickly taken. Egan, Macalio, Roddy. Still seeing spreading out. Where? What a shot! Hit that. Argentina's making one. And Muller is got it! Neil has got it away. Oh, and a great goal!
Despite Spurs manager Bill Nicholson's admittance that his team never really controlled the match, Wolves would trundle away from the season empty-handed. However, they would have their say on the destination of the Championship, ripping it away from Don Revie, his allegedly bribe-ridden hands, and his Leeds United team. McGarry got his wish. He didn't have to fulfil his wish of sacking a player for throwing the match, and Wolves were just about ready to go again. John Richards had found the net with regularity the prior season, but he had just about become prolific in the 72-73 season. Once they'd shaken the hangover of the UEFA Cup final defeat, Wolves bounced back from their opening 2 defeats to just 1 loss from the next 11 in league competition. The last run on that sequence was perhaps Richards' finest performance, rattling in 3 against Stoke on a balmy Molineux afternoon. By the opening of Advent calendars, if Advent calendars were even a thing in 1972, Wolves' season had descended into the mid-table mundanity they had been accustomed to before Bill McGarry pitched up in the West Midlands. There was always a saving grace though, and in the first half of this season that came courtesy of the League Cup, via Orient and Wednesday before the more conventionally suffixed Bristol Rovers and Blackpool in the quarter-finals. An old enemy awaited in the semis.
Pratt. That's a good shot and a beautiful goal.
Same opposition, same old mistakes as Spurs used their cup prowess to nudge beyond Wolves before claiming the trophy. Wolves were now getting on for 13 years without silverware, unimaginable during the Stan Cullis days at Molineux. That era was becoming quite the outlier. But then again, the FA Cup was still on offer, and well... Despite sneaking through the challenges of Manchester United and Wolves' bogey team Coventry City, plus Millwall and Bristol City, all without conceding, Leeds United proved too strong at Main Road. Still, Wolves won bronze in the FA Cup, yet this was in the bizarre world of the FA Cup third place playoff, which was quickly ditched and forgotten about in 1974 after 4 pretty pointless years of the match existing.
Still Natras. Oh, yes!
The call stops him, and the penalty. Francis takes it. It's 4-2 Rangers.
Right from the off, it had become apparent that the league was going to be a non-starter in the 1973-74 campaign. The facade of wins over Norwich and Sheffield United couldn't wait to be peeled back in favour of 5 lost on the spin and just 2 Molineux victories before Christmas. Once again, Wolves had to hitch their wagons to a cup run or 2. It wouldn't be in the FA Cup as Leeds had their number once again, this time in a mucky January 3rd round as opposed to the glamour of a semi-final in early spring. Let's rewind to October, where Wolves' League Cup campaign began in the fog of the Shea and Halifax Town. Derek Dougan starred in a 3-goal triumph in West Yorkshire before a mix of a resilient Tranmere, some floodlight failure and a late Barry Powell winner sort of Wolves' progression through a 3rd round replay. The 4th round would be ever so slightly easier as they whipped 4th Division Exeter City 5-1 on a Tuesday afternoon. This bequeathed Wolves a quarter-final match with the almighty Liverpool.
Kids away. Being chased by Lloyd. He shot it in a beautiful goal.
The bizarre backdrop of December sunlight a week out from Christmas, the setting for Wolves' progression into the League Cup semi-final, where they would meet the previous year's finalists Norwich City. Losers then, losers now, John Richards scoring home and away for Wolves as Norwich were beaten 2-1 on aggregate. It meant Wembley for the first time since their 1960 FA Cup triumph. Back then it was Blackburn Rovers, now it was Manchester City. Tragedy struck 2 days out from the final when Wolves number 1 Phil Parkes was ruled out for the grand occasion with ankle ligament damage. It left the goalkeeping onus on Gary Pearce, who would be either celebrating or enduring his 23rd birthday at Wembley.
Back for Palmer again. Now is this the moment? Hit it with a shot! Oh, this is the chance for Bell! And it's in for Sunderland. And now it's the chance for Richards!
In the end, any fears about Pearce's inclusion were quickly swatted aside as a stand-in keeper produced a player of the match performance. Wolves had ended 14 years of hurt, and that was supposed to be that, a new era. A cursory glance at the league table told otherwise. The club was sat in 17th, a mere 5 points from relegation. Thankfully, they would lose just 2 of their remaining 11 to hit the shivering heights of 12th come the summer. The 1974-75 season was here. Wolves were back in Europe. They had a trophy to defend. It truly was a dividing line in the club's history.
Bonds, and now with Trevor Brooking. He tried to nudge it through, but he goes! Yes! Number 5! That's Lloyd. That's a goal. It's 2-1.
Get yourself a club that can do the lot, they say. First up, we've got Wolves pulling out a serious performance in Europe, defeating Porto 3-1. Wedged between domestic cup defeats in the League Cup at home to Fulham and in the FA Cup at home to Ipswich. The victory over the Portuguese club will be Wolves' only cup win all season. After all, they had been unable to revert the 4-1 deficit they had created for themselves on the Iberian Peninsula from the first leg. In the league, a virus swept through the club in the opening weeks of the campaign, but Wolves were stable enough to survive that ordeal. In fact, it would be their most lucrative time of the campaign, beating both Burnley and Wolves with a handy draw at home to FA Cup holders Liverpool in between. Aside from that, it was more of the same. They'd fall to their bogey team Coventry City whilst oscillating wildly between impressive triumphs against good teams in Everton and Ipswich before allowing West Ham 5 and Luton 3 to toss up the goals. Whilst they could rely on Kenny Hibbitt to run in those goals 4 against Newcastle in August, and they could pull such results out of the bag like a 7-1 against Chelsea in March, Wolves experienced a carbon copy league performance. 12th again this time with 3 more defeats, 2 fewer points, and somehow, given what I've described, less goals in games featuring the old gold. Cash had been thrown at the problem. Willie Carr debuting in the aforementioned 7-1 pulverisation of Chelsea, he cost a whopping 100 grand from Coventry. The following season was mere proof that this did not work.
Oh, good ball, Hatta. 1-0. Driven well. Might come in from Neymar. Oh, yes! Near post. Tripped by the referee, halfway to score.
It was an utterly abhorrent start to the 75-76 campaign that saw just 1 win from their first 11 games and only 2 wins from their first 15. The story it told was a team in decline, beginning in November in the relegation zone, soon to bomb out of the League Cup to lowly little Mansfield Town, and with very little hope outside of that. Christmas only confirmed the miserable denouement to what had been a horrible year. 5 defeats as Wolves entered 1976 only off the bottom because of a historically bad Sheffield United. Irritating too when they were still quite clearly capable of producing results like this.
And that's a goal for Richards.
Number 8.
Found room. Shot could be on. Martin, he can find him. There's Daly. Still Richards in the middle unmarked. It could be 5. Yes.
The new year inherently would bring new promise though, and they came via the medium of the FA Cup. To show Wolves could pull it out of their arse on their day, they went and eliminated both Arsenal and Ipswich from rounds 3 and 4 before dispatching of Charlton to reach the quarter-finals. Wolves were now 2 games away from Wembley again. They met the newly promoted Manchester United, and not only that, they had brought them back to Molineux for a replay.
Kindon challenging. Got them. Wide goal. Steve Kindon for John Richards. Made good space. 2-0. It's down for Greenough. McElroy. And there it is.
Yes! Couple away from parking, got his cross in, and it's there now! Out and Jerry Daly, and nobody challenged him. Pearson. That'll do.
But it wasn't to be. Wolves though had up their form. It was simply an imperative by this point. After winning just 4 league games in the back end of 1975, Wolves rebounded to win 3 from the first 6 weeks of 76. Still amongst the dead men in 21st place, now all distractions were removed. Wolves were handed an automatic 2 points with the visit of Bramall Lane shortly after their cup elimination. It should have bolstered their mood heading into the spring in a make or break 9 matches, as 1 point split them from safety and relegation.
Richards trying to curl him down! Hibbets! And it was deflected. Get for Richards! Oh, lovely turn. Carr! Now Kelly. Carr! Richards!
5-0 against Newcastle. You might think Wolves were still on the up. Nope, this was their first victory since Bramall Lane and the situation was still desperate. They had Birmingham City and Burnley to thank for being just as abject as they were. Still, 4 games remained for Wolves to salvage something of their season. A quick glance at the fixture list sent shivers down the spines. The trips to Highbury and Highfield Road with home fixtures against Norwich and Liverpool. It went very much to the historical data. Wolves floundered in North London and in Coventry, leaving a grim league picture, since Birmingham had simply decided to pull results out of nowhere, sticking 3 goals past both Ipswich and Spurs. 1 more point would consign both Wolves and Burnley to the drop. Then that little old Easter holiday narrative device spat out a pair of results that took things nervelessly into the final day 2 weeks later. John Richards nabbed Wolves' winner against Norwich. Meanwhile, news from Stoke was good news. The home side had gotten both points from Birmingham. With the better goal average, Wolves needed a win and prayed for a Birmingham defeat on May the 4th. But then you looked at the fixture list again, and it couldn't have fallen any worse for McGarry's men. Wolves hosted a Liverpool side who still needed something to win the league ahead of QPR. Birmingham travelled to one of the worst sides to ever grace the First Division in Sheffield United.
Night to remember for any of the Liverpool fans in attendance, but with quarter of an hour to go, they trailed to Steve Kinden's opener.
Looking for this vital goal. Chipped up in the box, on by Toshek to Keegan, and the old firm have done it. Heel knocking it in, comes sideways, Toshek taking his time, but using it to perfection. Fine style. Here's Ray Kennedy, slipped his man quite superbly, and what a lovely left foot.
Wolves would have to start again in the Second Division. It was either going to be a resilient rebound into the top flight, or one of the sport's biggest demises.
McElroy's through, and McElroy has done it! What drama here! McElroy for United, it's 2-2. They scored twice in a minute, and McElroy, Manchester United through and through, semi-match.
Manchester United weren't officially languishing anymore, nor were they competing in the European Cup or winning leagues anymore. They were just existing. But was the Dave Sexton era at Old Trafford all that boring? Manchester United had taken a year off from the cliched cut and thrust of top-flight football, and everyone had thoroughly enjoyed themselves. Now they were back in the big time. Their form under the swashbuckling Tommy Docherty simply continued. Lou Macari, Sammy McElroy and Jerry Daly had all hit the ground running in front of goal as United dropped just 1 point from their first 6 matches back in the First Division. Whilst it was never going to last too long, as defeats at the domineering Liverpool, the eventual champions, a surprise package of QPR, their eventual closest challengers, and the team that had most recently won the league, Dave Mackay's Derby County, attested to. Yet, speaking of reigning champions of England, Dave Mackay's Derby County,
Hill trying to count it and does! Gordon Hill! And that surely ties it up! Gordon Hill's second goal! 2-0, and now within touching distance of Wembley.
and finally concrete evidence that Manchester United were back. They'd gone to Hillsborough and eliminated one of the top teams in the country, and in the process penciled themselves in for a first Wembley date since the 1968 European Cup final. 8 long years and United wouldn't be facing a team of the calibre of Benfica this time. It would be Southampton, a second-tier team. The FA Cup was simply begging to be won by the Red Devils, ending 8 years of torment.
To Stokes, who's onside. 1-0, and Lionel Benemy and Southampton take the cup for the first time in their history.
An enormous kick in the teeth for what ought to have been a lap of honour in their easing back into the highly pressurised life of top-tier football. Regardless, a would-be sour end note to the season was sweetened somewhat by a 2-0 home victory in the Manchester derby as United confirmed 3rd place. Whilst it would be City who claimed any sort of silverware in winning the League Cup against Newcastle United, there was no indication that one particular club from Manchester would have to wait until 2011 to get their hands on another trophy. Spoiler, it wasn't United, they'd barely have to wait 12 months. Regardless, the 1976-77 campaign would only become renowned and viewed through rose-tinted spectacles because of the dramatic denouement. There was in fact very little to shout about in the intervening year. Tommy Docherty became the latest Manchester United manager to covet Peter Shilton as an Alex Stepney replacement in between the sticks. Whilst he would have a decent success rate in coveting certain things whilst at Old Trafford, Shilton wasn't one, as the United board balked at the goalkeeper's wage demands despite meeting an agreement with Stoke for £275,000. It was a far more inconsistent season for United, as injuries in particular to Martin Buchan proved costly. Regardless, United continued in their top 6 position. Not enough to grant a return to Europe automatically, but if their fairly comprehensive early defeat to Juventus in the UEFA Cup was anything to go by, it was probably a good job, even if recent 3-time champions of Europe, Ajax, had been scraped by in the first round. A 3-0 defeat in Turin was mirrored in United's exit in the League Cup, except in the cooler climes of December at Old Trafford in front of their own supporters against Everton in a disappointing quarter-final collapse. With timid and fair-weather league form, United were now relying on an old familiar, the FA Cup. Walsall were tiptoed beyond in the 3rd round, whilst QPR, far removed from their prior season nosebleed of 2nd place, were also disposed of by a singular goal. The dark sense of humour from the balls of the 5th round draw pulled together the prior year's finalists for one last game. Southampton still middling in the 2nd division and a notoriously tricky trip to the Dell. A draw was certainly an improvement from that hot day at Wembley 9 months prior, and Jimmy Greenough put United's turmoils against the Saints behind them in the replay. It didn't get any easier as Ron Saunders' Aston Villa were the next club to travel to Old Trafford in a mid-March quarter-final. Villa, a team that were eloping to bigger and better things, a team that would confirm European football with a 4th place finish in Division 1, were sunk by Lou Macari's winner. They returned to Hillsborough for the semi-final and, historically, a thorn in their side when Leeds United met them in the whites of their eyes. The pair had met at the same stage in the same competition twice, and twice Leeds had come up trumps with a 1-0 win. Those 1-0 wins, both via Billy Bremner goals and both with Don Revie in the opposition dugout, both in replayed fixtures too. Leeds wouldn't have the luxury of any of these omens this time. Revie was busy faltering as England manager Bremner had long departed the club, and this match would be settled inside of the first 90 minutes.
Organise themselves in their penalty area. On the wing, a back header by Houston. And Jimmy Greenough. That time Pearson won it in the air. And it might come now for Koppel. That's the second one. A brilliant goal for Manchester United. Stevie Koppel. Manchester United are through to Wembley for the 2nd successive year.
Middling 2nd-tier opposition in the Cup final 12 months prior, United could have hardly asked for a different calibre of opponent at Wembley in '77. Champions of England for the 2nd season on the spin and first-time finalists in the European Cup against Borussia Mönchengladbach in just 4 days' time, it would be the first ever FA Cup final held between Manchester United and Liverpool.
As Jimmy Greenhouse header off for Preston. A chance on here. Preston is the scorer. Case. Good turn. Oh, yes. Smith slips slightly. Jimmy Greenhouse. And it's gone in by McCarthy. And there it is. Manchester United have won the FA Cup.
And so a first ever English treble winner had been thwarted for another day. Manchester United now knew they could mix it with any team on the planet, and Tommy Docherty was instantly installed as a club hero. And yet he wouldn't manage another game for the club. Just when it had seemed both he and United were back in business, love got in the way.
I went to the chairman's house at Old Village, and Sir Matt was back from holiday then, and they asked me, they couldn't have that sort of thing at the club. They asked me to resign, which I refused to do.
It is the board's intention to appoint a new manager as soon as possible.
The victimised physio would later go on to get his free shot at Docherty, and he was boosted by a wage rise and the retaining of his job at the club. Meanwhile, Tommy Docherty and his new love lived happily ever after. The question was, would Manchester United do the same? Manchester United couldn't be seen to have had an adulterer managing the club. This was still 1977, remember. So they had to dip back into the managerial market, and at a moment's notice too, in what was United's greatest moment since the days of Sir Matt Busby. Since he had properly deserted the post of club manager, United flitted harshly between two personalities. Franco Farrell was the reserved and bumbling immediate successor in 1971, but was quickly booted out for the rambunctious Tommy Docherty after just 18 months. The Dock had lasted a touch longer, 4.5 years, and now they returned back to the reserved. Dave Sexton had been part of the famous West Ham Academy during the 1960s that had birthed players such as Bobby Moore and Geoff Hurst, to name just two England World Cup winners. Pertinently, Sexton had made his managerial name in the sport whilst across town at Chelsea. Like Docherty before him, Sexton had concrete success at Stamford Bridge, claiming both the FA Cup and Cup Winners' Cup in the early 1970s against teams of the lustre of Don Revie's Leeds and Real Madrid. Manchester United had now changed dramatically. Sexton made the changes almost instantly, taking a forensic and analytical approach to life at the Cliff training ground. A camera was set up allowing the manager to film training and going through it with a fine-tooth comb with his players afterwards. So, did it mean that success would continue to flow at Old Trafford? The afterglow of the prior season led to the sharing of the Charity Shield with champions of Europe Liverpool before 3 wins from their first 4 league matches. A highly tactical team, United were seemingly moving through the gears, as seen in Lou Macari's hat-trick away at St Andrews against Birmingham City on the opening day. There wasn't much to shout about aside from that opening day optimism, however, in the run-up to Christmas. The low ebb being a 4-match losing streak in October and November that took in away defeats against West Brom, Aston Villa and Nottingham Forest, as well as at home to Arsenal. Furthermore came the club's controversial European campaign. They could barely have been drawn a tougher task in facing French side Saint Etienne, who were just over a year removed from participating in a European Cup final. However, crowd trouble in a 1-1 draw in France had United on the brink of elimination, courtesy of UEFA. They were only spared that embarrassment thanks to the governing body's ruling that the second leg could be played, but played over 100 miles away from Old Trafford.
Coppel déborde Farison, centre, Kurkovic touche un peu la balle, Piazza ne peut rien et personne marque. 1-0. Sur lui est dépassé, Lopez essaie de s'interposer, Kurkovic est pris à contre-pied, 2-0.
So in front of a decent 31,634 in Plymouth, United progressed thanks to the goals from Steve Coppell and Stuart Pearson. They'd be back at home a month later in the second leg of the last 16 against Porto, but were faced with an insurmountable task. 4 goals down from the first leg in Portugal, United managed to grab 5 goals back at home, but shipped too many goals to find themselves in the latter stages of the competition. An inconsistent team anyway at the best of times under Tommy Docherty, with the bravado stripped away. United lurched from pairs of defeats against West Ham and Nottingham Forest, Coventry and Birmingham, before form fell off a cliff come the spring of '78 when both Liverpool and Leeds took both points off United. Reeling, they ended 6 winless weeks with 5 wins from their final 9 matches to add a minuscule amount of gloss to what had been a dour season. A season that couldn't be bolstered with performances in the domestic cups, losing in the first hurdle of the League Cup to Arsenal and at the 4th round stage of the FA Cup to Ron Atkinson's West Brom. It was clear something major had to change, and Dave Sexton went big in the transfer market to pull both Judd Jordan and Gordon McQueen from rivals across the Pennines, Leeds United, whilst Gary Bailey succeeded Alex Stepney in net. Gordon Hill, despite top scoring for the club in Sexton's first campaign, was flogged to Derby County for £300,000, replaced by Wrexham's Mickey Thomas. The Welshman never would live up to what were pretty low expectations set by Hill. Again, United promised something in the first knock-ins of the 1978-79 season, beating Birmingham on the opening day again before getting a creditable win at Elland Road through goals from each of Sammy McIlroy, Lou Macari and Gordon McQueen. Their next away trip was wholly predictable when a more settled Ipswich Town side under Bobby Robson thrashed United 3-0. Then the season became incredibly sticky. The following 4 encounters were drawn 1-1 as each of Everton, QPR, Nottingham Forest and Arsenal were able to hold United to just a point. Whilst each of Manchester City, Ipswich Town and Spurs were beaten in front of the Stretford end before Christmas, United fans had lost patience. If their pitiful 1-1 draw with newly promoted Southampton on November the 4th drew jeers from the Old Trafford faithful, it was a saving grace that their next league encounter, a 5-1 devastating defeat, was played away at St Andrews against Birmingham City. Watford had already dumped United out of the League Cup, so after 4 successive league defeats either side of the new year, Sexton was already leaning heavily on the lure of the FA Cup to save another season. Envious eyes were even being cast towards the Hawthorns when Ron Atkinson and his West Brom side pitched up at Old Trafford and taught them how to play football yet again.
Played off there, or replayed by Tony Brown. Sorry, back heel for Cancello. What a magnificent goal! Cancello's header on, and Tony Brown has scored. That's a nice little header from Regis for Cunningham, and if he keeps his head, he'll score. Control. Nicely weighted little pass for Ali Brown, who's turned inside Brian Greenough. On for Regis. Oh, what a goal!
Thankfully, the FA Cup kicked into gear in the new year, and teams like Chelsea, Fulham and Colchester United fell in the earlier rounds before Mickey Thomas proved his worth by prompting a quarter-final replay at Old Trafford with Tottenham Hotspur. There, Joe Jordan and Sammy McIlroy's goals penciled United in for a 3rd Cup semi-final in 4 seasons. The last time they reached the final, they'd conquered Liverpool. To reach the final this time, they met the same opposition. At Main Road, United were 8 minutes away from another stunning glory over their nemesis, only for Alan Hansen to bundle in a late equaliser, forcing a replay at Goodison Park later that week. In a tenser affair, the game was settled on a singular Jimmy Greenough goal. Having already beaten the best team in the land in the semi-final, surely now United had one hand on the famous trophy.
Trying to feed Price. Price is in here for Arsenal. Torben on right and Sunderland on the right as well. Waiting in the centre for the cross. Stapleton. 2-0 to Arsenal. And McQueen. Gordon McQueen turned it in. United have scored. McIlroy is through. And McIlroy has done it. Right across Sunderland. It's there. It's 3-2. Arsenal are back in front for Alan Sunderland. Arsenal have won the cup after one of the most dramatic last 5 minutes that Wembley has ever seen.
An affair that played very much to Sexton's predilections, boring and on the wrong end of the scoreline before a climax very much the antithesis of the United manager, yet still maintaining the quality of a losing scoreline. Everything changed though in the 1979-80 season. First off, Sexton continued the clear out and went close to a British record to acquire Ray Wilkins from Chelsea for £825,000. Secondly, good form followed with only 3 away defeats before Christmas, once again to Ron Atkinson's West Brom, but also in the Manchester derby and at Molineux. On a more positive note, United went to White Hart Lane and won, and they also thrashed the reigning champions of Europe, Nottingham Forest, on Christmas week thanks to all 3 goals from Sexton's duo of Joe Jordan and Gordon McQueen. 1980 could have started better for a number of reasons. First off, Spurs got their revenge from the league defeat by eliminating United from the 3rd round of the FA Cup. After losing at the same stage of the League Cup to Norwich City, Sexton's team had just the league to focus on. Then the owner, Louis Edwards, went and died, and if you ask his son, he was killed by ITV, who publicly uncovered claims that his company was being investigated for bribing local councils. If you ask the coroners, he had a heart attack in the bath, probably admittedly brought on by stress. If you ask Manchester United, his son Martin was now their new owner and chairman, aged only 34. Amidst this though, the United League form never wavered. Arsenal beaten in the final match of 1979 before an invaluable derby win over City, which curtailed a 3-game stint which generated 0 goals and a 6-0 piping handed to United at Portman Road by Bobby Robson's Ipswich Town. Mickey Thomas's winner in the derby rejuvenated the club going into the final straight. Another wobble, admittedly away to Nottingham Forest, was quickly corrected 3 days later when league leaders Liverpool turned up to Old Trafford. Jimmy Greenough netting the winning goal as the title race was officially on. Even more so when United rattled off more victories: Bolton, Spurs, Norwich, Villa, Coventry, all beaten. And yet it proved too little too late. Liverpool had acquired enough points earlier on in the season, had a way too superior goal difference to United, and the nail in the title coffin was hammered in by Leeds United on May the 3rd at Elland Road with a 2-0 defeat. It confirmed another league title for Liverpool, who were streaking ahead to occupy the perch out on their own as the most successful English league team. United at the very best here, an inferior second. Nonetheless, and quite correctly, Dave Sexton earned himself a new contract and a big wage rise. If league form is the barometer for how good a football team is, Manchester United had come on in leaps and bounds over the prior 12 months. Their summer transfer activity was supposed to be an act in going for the jugular. They profited on Andy Ritchie's great form, selling him to Brighton for £500,000 whilst replacing him with Gary Birtles. Birtles, a European champion with Nottingham Forest, became United's first ever £1 million player. Ritchie had made a name for himself with a hat-trick against Tottenham in April 1980. It took Birtles until November 1981 to score more than 3 league goals for the club, and that was the story of what became a disastrous 1980-81 season. As in the prior campaign, United lost just 3 league matches before Christmas. Unlike the prior season, they won only 6 matches, drawing a ludicrous 14 games and failing to find the net on 8 occasions in their first 23 fixtures. For every seemingly impressive win, 5-0 at home to Leicester, 3-0 at home to Middlesbrough and 4-1 away at Brighton, there were the endless stream of goalless draws against Birmingham, Spurs, Leeds, Arsenal, Coventry and Wolves as they failed to find the net in both legs of a miserable League Cup attempt against Coventry, and also lost away at Molineux and Highfield Road. Also, they went out of the UEFA Cup at the first hurdle to Polish outfit Vujvuj, typically on away goals after being profligate in front of goal away from home. After Christmas, it hardly got better. Another goalless draw was achieved against Liverpool on Boxing Day before their bogey team, Ron Atkinson's West Brom, put them to the sword a day later. In all competitions going into 1981, Lou Macari and Steve Coppell's 6 goals apiece were United's top scorers, while Sammy McIlroy had added 5. All this within 29 matches. There wasn't an FA Cup run to hang your hat on as Nottingham Forest dumped United out of the competition at the 4th round stage on January 24th. It was going to get worse before it got better, as February 1981 attested to in somewhat of a binary month for the club. United went to Filbert Street and lost 1-0. No goals were ever going to be scored when Spurs pitched up at Old Trafford, and it turned out to be that goalless draw that was utter solace when compared to 2 more 1-0 defeats to their nearest and dearest rivals, Man City and Leeds, before March appeared and Southampton heaped more misery onto the club. of course with another 1-0 defeat. After a goal of the month, competition was reduced to just static on an old television. United were staring at harsh mediocrity before their trip to Villa Park on March the 14th. Although United found the net in their next 2 fixtures, they were typically drawn, although this time in creditable returns against the eventual league champions Aston Villa and recent 2-time European Cup winners Nottingham Forest. But United were officially in crisis, and you only knew this because crisis talks were being held by the directors and manager Dave Sexton. He knew his time at the club was coming to an end, but he implored United to just hold off until Ray Wilkins returned from injury. Then he suggested the club's form would improve. Regardless, United were left strewn in 9th after 35 matches with 34 points. The club now probably the cause for the Football League to call an emergency meeting to discuss the 3 points for a win rule. Only Crystal Palace had lost fewer games than United and they sat rock bottom as the Red Devils were severely profiting off the back of the archaic 2 points for a win system. Had this run of form been brought forward a campaign, United would have been in serious trouble. They would have been sat with every single team beneath them profiting from a game in hand, but United plummeting from 9th to 14th. Thankfully, this rule was reserved for the summer, and thankfully United just won their final 7 matches of the season anyway, beginning at home to Ipswich Town in a run that encapsulated Manchester United of its day. First off, these weren't rampaging wins in mammoth goal fests. 10 goals were scored and only 2 conceded in these 7 matches. Secondly, United's inconsistencies of failing to win the prior 7 was simply transformed into winning the next 7. Nonetheless, the Fairweather United were able to beat the UEFA Cup winners, Ipswich Town, at home. They were able to go to Anfield, home to the incumbent European Cup winners, Liverpool, and beat them too. In a bizarre season, United ultimately finished in 8th place, only 3 points behind Liverpool as the history books note that United lost only 9 matches during the league season, the same amount as the brilliant title contenders Ipswich Town. In fact, of United's 15 victories in the First Division that season, 7 of them came, of course, in the last 7 matches. But it wasn't enough to save Dave Sexton. The decision had long been taken, and come May 1981, Sexton and Manchester United were no more. Boring Manchester United. Dave Sexton optimistically could be called the right man at the wrong club, almost definitely at the wrong time. The biggest and perhaps only positive is that in this period of time, Manchester United was stable. No, they didn't win a thing, but they did go as close as they had ever done in mounting a serious title push since Sir Matt Busby's retirement when they went up against Liverpool in 1980. In this respect, Sexton was walking into this job with one hand tied behind his back if he thought he could stop the boot room juggernaut that had been taken on and evolved by Bob Paisley. Another positive was the phasing out of Busby from the biggest decisions at the club. It is already notoriously hard to succeed a legendary manager, especially apparently so it seems at Old Trafford. Frank O'Farrell and Wilf McGuinness can attest to that. By the summer of 1981, however, Busby's voice had lowered and he was the only director to vote against the sacking of Dave Sexton, proving he had less and less clout as the chairman, and hierarchical shake-up had changed the club somewhat since Sexton was hired 4 years prior. Ultimately, he was the palate cleanser that Manchester United needed between 2 high-personality managers on the road to recovery. Crucially, Manchester United were in the hands of the same family as Martin Edwards took over from his father in 1980. Whilst that family could provide solidity, there was more than an eye on the commercial revenue and milking the club for what they believed it was worth, as opposed to prioritising on-field success. More money for them would ultimately mean more money to be spent on the club too, and high money, high profile signings probably was the beginning and the end of the excitement at Old Trafford in the years between 78 and 81. To sum things up, I'll go against my better judgment and quote the Daily Express when they had a line in an article that read, "Dave Sexton's idea of excitement is eating an after 8 mint at 7:45. Arsenal were in the mud. They'd not won the league for over a decade, they weren't involved in cup finals or title challenges, and the supporters were angry. The last roll of the dice was Bertie Mee, and by 1971, he had accomplished something magical.
The match winner, the championship winner.
Or Charlie George who can hit him. Oh, a great goal! Charlie George!
Bertie Mee arrived to a Highbury carnage. He was a middling player to be extremely charitable, and his experience was in physiotherapy. Arsenal therefore were deemed to be going nowhere fast. Then he promoted Don Howe to lead the coaching of the first team. Before Mee could even get comfortable in his new office, star players Joe Baker and George Eastham, who had been suspended by the previous management, had been sold. The previous manager, Billy Wright, had a philosophy tailored towards youth, which could be seen as the only positive in his time at Highbury. In the summer of '66, that finally revealed itself with the winning of the FA Youth Cup. In that class were the defenders of Sammy Nelson and Pat Rice, who had long and distinguished Arsenal careers ahead of them. But first, Bertie Mee had to sift through the 13 years of Highbury debris in what was his first managerial job, nearly 27 years after ending a short-lived playing career. First in the proverbial in-tray was to recruit his own staff. Dave Sexton, not on a contract with Fulham, was purchased quickly. Next, his own players. Out went the one-to-way George Eastham, and in came George Graham, who was in a similar bind at Chelsea. Following him was Forest's Colin Addison, Huddersfield's Bob McNabb, as Pat Rice moved closer and closer to the senior debut at right back. Meanwhile, a final bit of admin saw Terry Neal named captain ahead of the opening day at Roker Park. Ultimately, it was a season of promise, as shown with 3 wins on the spin as Mee embarked on his managerial tenure at Highbury. Also a season where Arsenal showed some pretty stern resolve. After faltering to just 2 wins from their 16 league fixtures before Christmas, the Gunners would pull out an undefeated end to the campaign that took in 2 draws against reigning champions Liverpool, as well as a win over Everton. They even beat Chelsea at home. Cup success wasn't forthcoming, in a 5th round exit of the FA Cup to Birmingham and a first run out in the League Cup, which ended at the 3rd round stage to West Ham. Nonetheless, a return to the top half of the table in 7th was a solid foundation for Mee, and it earned him a more permanent stay at Highbury. Someone who wasn't permanently staying at Highbury was Dave Sexton, who took on a massive project as Chelsea manager. Nonetheless, it was a good start that set Arsenal up for the remainder of the 67-68 campaign, winning 6 from their first 9 contests. Whilst league form became particularly sticky at the turn of the year, where Arsenal failed to win in 1968 until March the 23rd, but they had already tasted success. They were mid-table again in the league for sure, and once again got bowled out of the FA Cup by Birmingham City in the 5th round, but this time they would be going to Wembley. That's because in only their 2nd attempt at the League Cup, Arsenal ran right through the likes of Burnley and Huddersfield Town to pencil themselves in for a final. A final against the ludicrously successful Don Revie and his Leeds United team, as Arsenal moved into a rotten run of 2 wins from 15 league matches. The word underdog didn't even begin to describe the Gunners.
And that was that. It was all over. Leeds had won by a disputed goal. Their supporters were delighted with the result.
So, an inoffensive regression in the league combined with a day out at Wembley. The building blocks of Bertie Mee's time at Highbury should have been obvious, but fan disgruntlement remained. Arsenal did have one last thing up their sleeve: revenge for the League Cup final. This wasn't a meaningless end of the season win, but a complete derailment of Leeds United's title challenge. A clear sign that Arsenal would be back. First and foremost, that started from the back, Bob Wilson taking over Jim Furnell in net whilst retaining Frank McClintock after a summer transfer request, and that could be deemed a victory. And Arsenal continued into the 1968-69 season, beginning with a win at White Hart Lane and only faltering to defeat in the league for the first time in their 10th match away at Elland Road. Another barnstorming winning run of 6 on the spin either side of Christmas even had Arsenal dreaming of a title challenge, having led the league earlier in the campaign, the first time they'd done so since 1959. Maybe a title challenge would have been the case in any other season. After all, the Gunners had recorded their best defensive season in history. Whilst Arsenal's return of 56 points was successful and wasn't naturally a barrier to winning the championship in this era, there was a team atop the table breaking records. Yes, Don Revie's Leeds, the ones posting England's best ever points tally of 67 points. Still, it qualified Arsenal for Europe for only the 2nd time, and this was even teamed with another run to the League Cup final. Huge names in Sunderland, Liverpool and Blackpool were beaten before one of Arsenal's finer days since 1953, eliminating Spurs from the two-legged semi-final. After that, Wembley beckoned Arsenal once again. This time they wouldn't be faced with a generational team. This time they would meet a team slumming it in the third division. This time they would face Swindon Town, and Arsenal could almost taste the trophy.
Can Gould get to it now? It's a goal! My goal! And it's a brave man who's put his money on a winner of this game. It's still so very even and so very, very close. Very nearly through. Rodgers! A goal by Rodgers! Rodgers is streaking ahead and he's onside. Beautiful play! And there is this incredible scoreline. Arsenal 1, Swindon Town 3, the final whistle. Swindon have won the Football League Cup.
Alright, that didn't go wholly to plan. Under normal circumstances, perhaps Arsenal would have cruised to victory, but then there's a fact of a flu sweeping through the Arsenal camp, Frank McClintock not in full fitness, and the fact that a bunch of horses had ruined the Wembley turf. And then far too many drop points stopped them from being an outside voice in the title race. It was officially Bertie Mee's first roadblock at Highbury, but it was a whole other world when compared to what came before it. Arsenal were now synonymous not with success but with being on the wrong end of giant killings from lesser names, but success was right around the corner.
To Kelly, made a little space for himself there, Kelly, and a bit more there as well. To Bob McNabb right up, and he turned it back. A good cross there for McNabb. Now it's Samuel going in hard. And a great goal by Samuel. And it's all over. The First Cup has been won by Arsenal.
Yes, the return to Europe was long promised and Arsenal had won the FAIRS Cup in April 1970. Not only did they dispatch of Anderlecht 3-0 in the second leg at Highbury in the final, but they vanquished the soon-to-be canonised Ajax team of Johan Cruyff, Johan Neeskens and Rinus Michels in the semi-finals. It had saved Bertie Mee. After both George Swindon and Billy Wright lost their jobs at the end of their fourth season, and with Mee fast approaching that looming milestone, the trophy was the only excuse to keep him in the job. This Arsenal were legit, even if their domestic cup record didn't mirror that, losing to Blackpool in the third round of the FA Cup and Everton at the same stage in the League Cup. And whilst the worst ever run in Mee's tenure was felt in the league, it was still only down to 12th, and you could make plenty of excuses that Europe may well have distracted the team. Bertie Mee had his squad now both on and off the pitch, thanks to Don Howe in his coaching staff and the 11 red shirts in front of them. In truth, he'd had it for a while, and as the 1970s really kicked into gear, they were about to blossom into one of the all-time great seasons, not just in Arsenal's history, but in English football history. Bob Wilson in goal, a defence of Pat Rice and Bob McNabb in the full-back positions. Captain Frank McClintock had been moved back into defence and would be largely partnered by Peter Simpson. George Graham, the midfield kingpin, Peter Storey and George Armstrong either side, and John Radford up front. Arsenal were ready to do some serious business now. Ian Year's sale the prior season had been a stick used to beat Bertie Mee with. It was a sign that Arsenal were, in modern vernacular, an unserious club. Long-term flop Bobby Gould was also out. There was an argument that Arsenal were in fact weaker than they had been before. The problem with Arsenal in the prior season was goal scoring. Bertie Mee had publicly made it known that he had courted forwards as talented as Francis Lee and Alan Clark. He would have to make do with Ray Kennedy from the reserves. Then again, the last guy who came from the reserves, Charlie George, had done alright for himself. And then again, Ray Kennedy was thrown on as a last resort in the FAIRS Cup final first leg in Brussels and scored his first goal for the club. For saving Mee's job, Kennedy was rewarded with a more prominent place in the squad. And that was because of what happened on the opening day when the Gunners lost arguably their most inventive and creative player. A trip to Goodison Park to meet the reigning champions of England was always going to dent the supporters' innate sense of first match optimism. The result, a 2-2 draw, was perfectly serviceable, but Arsenal were left devastated by Charlie George's ankle breaking in 2 places. He'd be out for the rest of 1970. The season was deemed over already. It was just another brick in the wall of an injury crisis. John Samuels fractured his ankle in pre-season and joined centre-half Peter Simpson as a long-term casualty. Also, a few weeks into the campaign, Peter Marinello's season was over due to injury, although that would be less heartbreaking, as the George Best wannabe had hardly lit Highbury aflame during his time at the club. It all led to another point at West Ham, viewed as another positive because of what their circumstances were. Arsenal needed their home, and belatedly they played their first Highbury contest on August 22nd against a Manchester United team in a state of inertia after the retirement of Sir Matt Busby.
In the middle. Kennedy going in. Graham going in.
The fixture list wouldn't get any easier. Even Huddersfield gave the Gunners a game 3 days later at the same venue. Whilst Bob Wilson's goalkeeping dug Arsenal out of a hole there, he wasn't able to lead them to both points against Chelsea at Stamford Bridge and then, upon their return to Highbury, against Don Revie's Leeds either. Still, the fixture list did not relent. Hardly helping matters was Eddie Kelly's sending off against Leeds. Next were Tottenham Hotspur in the home North London derby. If ever a statement win was needed to reignite the season, it was against them. And so George Armstrong was a hero on the North Bank forevermore after that. That was the spark. Arsenal went to Burnley and got a win in the match they'd usually not, scraping a 2-1 triumph before 6 were smashed beyond a decent West Brom team who had won the FA Cup 2 years prior. A gruelling first round in Europe took the Gunners to Rome to meet a belligerent Lazio team who exhausted Arsenal both on and off the pitch. An all-out street brawl between the two sets of players followed a 2-2 first leg draw at the Olimpico before revenge was sworn and achieved back at Highbury a week later. It was a Fairs Cup that Arsenal only knew they were in a couple of weeks before the tie due to a UEFA rule allowing them to participate as reigning champions. Now Arsenal were cooking with gas, and a trip to the Victoria Ground to meet Stoke City were next. Gordon Banks in net. Stoke were no mugs, they'd just beaten Leeds after all, but it was a match Arsenal were favourites for, until...
One man and another, now Richie with a chance, Richie with a shot, and what a great goal by John Richie! Good 1-2, and a good shot, and what a goal! What a goal! That's a good ball, that's a Greenhoff, and the bounce of the ball is there, Greenhoff with a shot, it's a chip, and it's in the net! That's one save, there's another goal!
That would not be allowed to happen again. Once Bob Wilson got a bollocking for analysing all 5 goals on BBC in an innovative segment that would infer football analysis forever, a team meeting galvanised the squad. And how? Ray Kennedy grabbed his first senior hat-trick at home to Nottingham Forest. He was still seen as a deputy to Charlie George, but the hours he put on the training pitch alongside strike partner John Radford were bearing fruit. Arsenal wouldn't lose again in the league for the rest of the year. In Europe, the Gunners were massively frustrated against Sturm Graz in the second round of the Fairs Cup, whilst Beveren would come more cleanly in the next stage, allowing Arsenal to put European competition on the back burner until March. A 4th round replay defeat to Crystal Palace in the League Cup was the first time the Gunners had lost at Highbury since a 3-0 January defeat to Chelsea. Meanwhile, Arsenal dropped points against only Newcastle and that same pesky Palace again in the league. Kennedy grabbed himself a brace in a huge confidence builder known as a 4-0 home win against champions Everton. Then Coventry, Derby, Blackpool and Ipswich all fell in advance of an enormous festive double-header against Liverpool and Man City. 4 points back on an injury-stricken Leeds with a game in hand traversed these tricky fixtures, and Arsenal were serious about contending for the championship. Arsenal had only reduced the gap by a point, but it was an enormous lift as both John Samuels and Peter Simpson returned to full fitness just in time. The Gunners had kept clean sheets in all but one of their 8 victories since the Stoke debacle, and whilst that would end at home to Wolves and in a seriously profitable trip to Old Trafford, victory still flowed and George Graham was back in the team and scoring. The visit of Southampton was thwarted by a snow-covered Highbury after Arsenal were unable to switch the undersoil heating on. Wearing unfamiliar red shorts, the Gunners toiled to a goalless draw, but thankfully the snow had done one for a third-round tie in the FA Cup at Giant Killing Yeovil. The subsequent home triumph in the league against West Ham was aided massively by the fact that Jimmy Greaves, Bobby Moore and Clyde Best were all suspended for breaking club curfew. Arsenal wouldn't be back at Highbury until February, and in the meantime they had toiled. Spurs of all teams had boosted their hopes with a surprise win over Leeds, then Arsenal didn't capitalise. They surrendered their 14-game unbeaten league run away to Huddersfield Town before a replay would be needed in the Cup down at Portsmouth after a late leveller, and Liverpool delivered a third blow in succession at Anfield to end January. The Gunners needed an opposition red card to get out of the 4th round of the Cup, which left a February double-header against Manchester City, who were in the midst of a golden age before the money. They'd won the league in '68 and followed that up with an FA Cup and Cup Winners' Cup in the successive years afterwards. They'd visit Highbury on the 6th before a return leg of sorts in the 5th round of the Cup at Main Road. It was another crucial double-header where 2 wins were necessary.
Simpson going on. And going on again, a good looking drive! Oh, there it is! There it is!
George, 1-0! Cross the halfway line, he's on his own! Gets the goalkeeper, 2-0!
And that should have been the tidal wave to take the Gunners through to the business end of the season and the return of Europe. Then, Brian Clough's Derby took both points off them at the baseball ground, the great cup team of Leicester City took them to an FA Cup replay, and Europe was rendered a foregone conclusion after FC Köln nipped Arsenal out thanks to away goals. Arsenal were now being officially written off. But in Charlie George, Arsenal had their creative force back, and because of Ray Kennedy's form, George slotted back in at right midfield. It didn't thwart him one bit. He'd scored his first goal back in a home win over Ipswich, he'd eliminate Leicester at Highbury in the Cup replay, and as Arsenal focused their minds in the league, the defence kicked in. Bob Wilson wouldn't ship a goal for nearly 6 weeks in the league. Wolves, Palace, Blackpool, Chelsea and Coventry all beaten without the concession of a goal. They'd gone from a 7-point, 2 games in hand deficit to just 4 points with the same games in hand, aka the Gunners' fate was in their hands for a great season. But with Stoke City in the FA Cup semi-final, Arsenal had the ability not only to get a slice of revenge, but the ability to turn a great season into a magical one.
Low one again, Smith getting in, Conroy there as well, and Story! Oh, and Gates finished him! Oh, Charlie George, this is the chance, Richie, and 2-0! Charlie George is back pass, and Arsenal disaster for him! Now Radford and Graham leaping at that far side, and Story to Hamid, and a goal! Corner for the Arsenal, everybody up, and heading off the line! Was it a penalty? It's a penalty! Wembley at stake, and he's done it!
It's a good header, it's there, Graham!
Wembley booked fate in their hands. Arsenal turned the screw against teams they ought to beat, but each of them were in sparkling form. They went to the Dell and won, they went to the City Ground and won, and upon their return to Highbury, put in a pair of performances that is now the cliched hallmark of champions. Newcastle and Burnley both visited in the space of 3 days, and they met an Arsenal side hardly in free flow but inspired to crucial slender wins thanks to 2 winning goals from Charlie George. Arsenal now led the league by 2 points, still with one of those games in hand. A win at the Hawthorns could have left the Championship a signed deal, despite a trip to Elland Road 2 days later. West Brom apparently though were appointed as the Kingmakers. A slice of ingenuity and a whole heap of refereeing controversy helped them beat Leeds before they went toe-to-toe with the Gunners at the Hawthorns and got a point. It left the Championship balanced on a knife edge. Arsenal had 3 games to play, Leeds had 2 and 1 point split them, whilst the Gunners had just 48 hours before a trip to Elland Road. A win in Yorkshire therefore would win Arsenal the championship.
2 minutes from the end. The ball is snapped through to Jack Charlton. Surely he's offside. A rebound off the post. McNabb's desperate effort, but it's in and it stands. Leeds are ahead as Arsenal's protests begin.
Leeds were top, but fate remained firmly in Arsenal hands because of that game in hand. It was a time they'd call squeaky bum time in the future as Leeds cruised to victory in their final match, whilst Eddie Kelly's goal sealed a nerve-shredding 2 points at home to Stoke City. Leeds had finished their season top of the league, but Arsenal had 1 match left to win it, and their most recent victories, 3 all won by 1-0, had left a complicated end because of goal average. A win in their last league game would claim the title for Arsenal, a loss would give the championship to Leeds. A draw, however, would have varying outcomes. A goalless draw would be enough for Arsenal. A score draw would bizarrely send the trophy up the M1 to Elland Road. Any other opponent and it might have been a foregone conclusion, but the opposition Arsenal closed out their 1970-71 league season was none other than Tottenham Hotspur.
The match winner, the championship winner. An incredible finale for Arsenal, their supporters, and particularly for young Kennedy. Arsenal are the champions, confirmed in the last 2 minutes of the last game of a 9-month season.
After 18 long years, Arsenal had won the title, and even more deliciously, they'd won it in the backyard of their fiercest local rivals. But the season was not over yet. Liverpool awaited in the FA Cup final. Arsenal lost the toss, so they were forced to wear their yellow shirts, and with their blue collar and trim, it was a kit that the Gunners hadn't played in since the infamous 5-0 defeat up at Stoke. Captain and recently awarded Footballer of the Year Frank McClintock had lost his previous 4 Wembley finals, 2 at Leicester, 2 at Arsenal. Was it going to be 5th time lucky against Liverpool?
Still highway, dangerous again! Oh, goal! Back over his head, Kelly is right in there, playing much more as a striker in this extra time, and he's there! George Graham! It's George Graham who got the touch and makes it 1-1! Or Charlie George who can hit him! Oh, what a goal! Charlie George! And Arsenal have won, and they've done the double!
And there it was, Arsenal had won the English domestic double of First Division and FA Cup, something that hadn't been achieved in the 20th century yet, unless you count that other club from North London that did it 10 years prior. The peak of English football was scaled. Now this Arsenal team was set the task of extending their dominance over Europe. And this is where they ran into a bit of a roadblock when they were reunited with a certain Ajax team in the quarter-finals of the European Cup. Whilst Arsenal had their number 2 years prior and both teams had evolved to great success, Ajax may as well have been playing a different sport by 1972. A 3-1 aggregate defeat to potentially the best club team ever to play football, no shame whatsoever. The bigger shame was that Arsenal wouldn't be back to this stage until 1991, which meant one thing: there wasn't another league triumph for quite some time. Arsenal hadn't gotten bad overnight, but one decision in the summer of 1971 could be said to have costed them greatly. The resignation of chief trainer Don Howe, who moved north to take on the manager's job at West Brom. Without a huge unsung hero in their history, the club petered out. For the subsequent 4 years of Bertie Mee's remaining time at the club, they were on the outside of success, flimsily separated by fine margins. They'd returned to Wembley for the 1972 FA Cup final, keen to defend their crown, but lost to a Leeds United side again before being pipped to the league 12 months later in Bill Shankly's last championship reign. That dalliance with the title race of 73 would be the definitive end to Bertie Mee's peak at Arsenal. After suffering through 3 more years of mid-table squalor, he was replaced by his former player, Terry Neal. Whilst he could never quite hope to match his predecessor, Arsenal did have days in the sun, 3 successive Wembley FA Cup finals to varying degrees of success. First in defeat to Ipswich in '78 before a manic finale to the 1979 final dispatched of Manchester United. The following year, Arsenal found new and inventive ways to pass up gold. First, they slumped to a shocking cup final defeat to a second division West Ham, before missing out on more European honour with a penalty shootout defeat to Valencia in the Cup Winners' Cup. From then on, Arsenal had turned into nearly men again until another one of Me's stars, George Graham, picked up the baton in the mid-80s. The achievement of the League and Cup double might well have been bastardised by the likes of Liverpool in the 80s, Manchester United in the 90s, Arsenal themselves either side of the millennium, and into a world of newer money Chelsea and Manchester City in the 21st century. But this was an achievement with even greater magnitude because of the time in which it was completed. Arsenal had gone through so much vitriol and so much upheaval since they last won anything. Through the days of Jack Preston and George Swindon as manager, the tumultuous time experienced by Billy Wright at Highbury before Bertie Mee finally stabilised the club with Don Howe. Arsenal won the League and Cup, becoming only the fourth English team to do so and only the second 20th century team to achieve that feat. Yeah, Spurs beat them to that achievement, but that Spurs team played just 49 games and weren't saddled with the League Cup or European exploits, nor did they have much of a viable opponent for the Championship. Arsenal alternatively played 15 more matches, had one of the greatest English league teams as opponents for the title. Not only that, they had to traipse all over Europe, the pain in the arse known as the League Cup, and had to beat Bill Shankly's Liverpool to the FA Cup, not Leicester City, like Spurs had done. Criticism of Arsenal in the 70-71 season can be drawn from a tight defence and lots of clean sheets, but take a look at the history books and you'll see Arsenal had won the title with 65 points, something only Don Revie's Leeds in 1969, Bill Nicholson's Spurs in 1961 had bettered since the days of Herbert Chapman. It had been a long time since Chelsea had won their only trophy, the 1955 First Division League Championship. It was about time they got back into the conversation. This is Chelsea and their first golden age.
Chelsea have won the cup.
Chelsea have won the European Cup Winners' Cup for the first time in the club's history, and Chelsea fans, please onto the pitch.
Chelsea were born in 1905, not in the borough of Chelsea, but in Fulham, where a team called Fulham FC played and were formed 26 years prior. Upon Chelsea's inception, they were coached by John Tate Robertson, who combined his playing career with the post, and so began the rich lineage of Chelsea being drawn to player managers. Robertson was an incredibly influential man to the sport, but only after he had departed the club when he arrived in Hungary in 1911. In his absence, Chelsea would flip-flop between Divisions 2 and 1 before finally finding a spot of solidity with their promotion back to the top flight in 1930. An entertaining enough team in their day, Chelsea languished in mid-table in the interwar years and after the Second World War was over. This despite the efforts of Billy Burrell, who was hired as manager prior to the war with the plan that the club needed to produce their own talent instead of purchasing other people's, a facet of Chelsea that slightly faded from view recently. They were a far cry from the team of their time, Herbert Chapman's Arsenal, but it would be a product from that incredible team that would introduce Chelsea to footballing success, and he went by the name of Ted Drake. On firm but mid-table foundations, Drake conducted a root and branch review of Chelsea Football Club. He wanted the Stamford Bridge faithful to be more hostile, so opposing players would fear playing there. Aesthetically, he revitalised the club badge, introducing us to the Chelsea Lion, which still remains in place to this day. It didn't work immediately. They came as close as ever to relegation in his first ever season before rebounding with the club's finest league finish in 34 years in 8th. Still languishing in mid-table between Burnley and Charlton Athletic, still a way off the pace of Wolves, the heir apparent Chapman's Arsenal, and it appeared to be going in a similar trajectory for the 1954-55 season. Until before Christmas, Chelsea started to win and win convincingly. The perpetually successful managers of their day, Arthur Rowe of Spurs and Stan Cullis of Wolves, both fell in 1954's last weeks, before one defeat in their final 3 months etched a new name onto the First Division's lineage, Chelsea. It should never have been allowed to be a one-time thing, especially with Burrell's passion of youth development coming through the ranks, fronted by the majestic Jimmy Greaves. Forced to withdraw from the inaugural edition of the European Cup by narrow-minded Football League chief Alan Hardaker, Chelsea flounced back to mid-table, conceding an astounding 289 league goals in Drake's final 3 years. What could have been Chelsea striding out confidently into a new age of European football was just a fleeting flash in the pan. And what's more, they now had to find a new manager. Tommy Docherty was brought to London by Arsenal in what was a dreadful time during their club's history. After being pimped out to British clubs all over 1961, Docherty stipulated that he wouldn't leave the capital, hence a player-coach role under Ted Drake across town at Stamford Bridge. He'd turn out just 4 times for the Blues, but would take on extreme importance and responsibility as autumn 1961 came around in what had become rapidly a disastrous campaign. Chelsea had sold Jimmy Greaves, were bottom in the league and were relying on youngster Bobby Tamblyn, another product of Billy Burrell's academy plans, to drag them out of the mess. Unable to steer them clear of the drop, Docherty's Chelsea finished rock bottom on 28 points in a campaign where even Fulham managed to stay up by the skin of their teeth. The Blues would be back, and quite quickly too. With the signing of Frank Upton from Derby County and the increased importance of his centre-half partner John Mortimer, Chelsea posted the meanest defensive numbers in the second division. They went up ahead of Sunderland on goal average in a campaign elongated by the big freeze of '63. It wouldn't be the last time that Tommy Docherty would foster big club optimism after promotion back to the big time. Chelsea were back, they were energetic, they were primed, Docherty was at the heart of it. A 5th place finish was all primed to be that springboard. Stamford Bridge had ambition again. That arrived in material form during the summer of '64 when £150,000 was slapped down to rebuild the West Stand. Regardless, the stadium would remain a joke and remain a thorn in the side of not only Docherty but his many successors. One defeat from the last 9 league matches of the prior campaign became unbeaten in the first 10 of this season, a run only ended by the eventual champions Manchester United in late September 1964. This was a team built on a young core, players like Peter Bonetti, Alan Harris, Terry Venables, Bert Murray, Bobby Tamblyn and Ron Harris, who had won the FA Youth Cups of 1960 and 61. Another backbone who would come synonymous with Chelsea was Eddie McCready, picked up for the ludicrous fee of £5,000 and the effort of travelling to East Stirling for a friendly match. Ultimately, it was a season of a first title challenge in a decade that was never going to pay off, what with the enormous weight of Matt Busby's return to league success after the Munich air disaster. And of course a small matter of Docherty's diamonds, as they were labelled, breaking curfew in a trip to Blackpool with the club top of the league in April 1965. They'd be humiliated by Burnley 6-2 before returning to the scene of the crime to lose at Blackpool as they limped out of the season. Nonetheless, it wasn't Chelsea's only avenue for potential success in the 1964-65 season. There was the FA Cup after all, and an almighty occasion at Villa Park in a semi-final with Bill Shankly's Liverpool.
Stevenson scores. Liverpool win 2-0.
Alright, but that was wedged in between 2 legs of the League Cup final, and Chelsea were favourites against the '63 FA Cup finalists of Leicester City. And finally, silverware again. Chelsea were good, but the problem was they knew it. They liked the smell of their own farts a bit too much, and their overindulgent football combined with football on 3 fronts led to a season of malaise thereafter. They opted not to defend their League Cup crown thanks to a European campaign that took them to Rome, Milan and Munich before a semi-final replay defeat in Barcelona. They lost another semi-final in the FA Cup, going down to Sheffield Wednesday, again 2-0 and again at Villa Park. Combined with a turgid 5th place in the league, Docherty decided to renew the squad. Terry Venables was the highest profile victim, out of the squad and sold to Spurs to make room for Charlie Cook from Dundee. That summer, chairman Joe Mears died of a heart attack in Oslo, ensuring that the club was, for the first time, out of the Mears name as change enveloped Chelsea both on and off the pitch. And the 67 vintage of Chelsea were everything that you wanted in a team. Again, they started the league season 10 unbeaten. John Hollins, Marvin Hinton and Tommy Baldwin had all become important cogs in the team. So too Peter Osgood, and it was a League Cup match against Blackpool in October in which the whole season turned. A game drawn 1-1 rendered meaningless when Osgood broke his leg. They'd lose the replay end 1966 winless in 8 as they were removed from the top of the tree and plummeted down into 5th place, just in time for the FA Cup to kick in. Huddersfield Town and, after a replay, Brighton fell before both Steel City clubs were vanquished in order to confirm another Villa Park semi-final, this time against Leeds. A rare goal from transfer flop Tony Haley took Chelsea to Wembley for their first major cup final, where they'd meet Tottenham Hotspur, ever so slightly removed from their pomp at the start of the 60s to render the 1967 FA Cup final a toss of the coin affair.
Robertson was perfect for the rebound. From Robertson's header, Frank Saul shot into the net. What a goal. Boyle centred, Tambling headed in. Cup winners' medals were waiting up there for Tottenham Hotspur. And once again, the last hurdle had proved too much for Chelsea.
And Chelsea were officially over. Tommy Docherty departed the club in October, more so after off-field battles than those on it. He fought with John Hollins over the players' pay throughout the summer before his demise was swift after he was found to be racially abusing a Bermudan FA official during a tour. After shipping 5 at Newcastle, 6 at home to Southampton and being dangerously close to relegation anyway, the time was right. A transition felt at Old Trafford basically 10 years to the day in the future. Chelsea decided to run away from the Tommy Docherty era of entertainment into the methodical arms of Dave Sexton. Previously a coach at the club, he'd got his managerial career off to an inauspicious start with Leyton Orient, a club he left in the lurches of a relegation down to Division 3. Some departure then to be suddenly managing Chelsea. The club turned their nose up with greater form either side of Christmas 1967 before another tilt at a trophy was quashed by Birmingham City away in the FA Cup quarter-finals that March. Nonetheless, 6th place in the league, a solid enough start for the new manager who had been parachuted in mid-season. Sexton's plan was to add guile into the team. David Webb moved up from Southampton, John Dempsey poached from Fulham for £70,000 before Ian Hutchinson came in for just $5,000 from Cambridge. Initially a fullback, Hutchinson would be turned into a prolific forward and therefore turned into one of the biggest bargains in Chelsea history. Andrei Shevchenko this was not. His first full season was characteristic of the man really, a crushingly sensible improvement of 2 points and 1 place, combined with another cup quarter-final falter into another Midlands opposition. Alternatively, a European campaign in the Fairs Cup would be halted dead in its tracks after defeating the second round to Dutch team DWS courtesy of a coin toss. In the second season of the Sexton era, 1969-70, the Blues limped out of the blocks sluggishly. If they weren't being unnecessarily held to teams of the calibre of Southampton, Crystal Palace, Wolves and Sunderland, they were getting beaten away at Anfield, Upton Park and Elland Road. A glut of injuries necessitated Ian Hutchinson's move to centre forward for an elongated spell in the squad, and after yet another match was thrown in at home to Brian Clough's Derby County that October, Chelsea could now start to improve. Peter Osgood was moved from midfield and joined Hutchinson in attack. The two built a great strike partnership, Hutchinson the physical force, Osgood the incessant runner, and instantly the next 4 matches were won and no league defeat in 3 months. And by the time the FA Cup swung back around, Chelsea had surged up into a spot on the podium behind Everton and Leeds United, both the runaway contenders for the title. In the third round of the Cup, Birmingham City had dispatched comfortably this time, and Burnley were going the same way as Chelsea led by 2 with 21 minutes to go. Then, just as at home to both Burnley and Wolves earlier on in the league season, they shipped 2 late goals. This game though was due for a replay up at Turf Moor. This time Chelsea bagged themselves a late equaliser through Peter Houseman before they ran away with the 5th round place in extra time. The remainder of the cup run would be played out entirely in the capital, although none of the matches would be contested at Stamford Bridge. In both Crystal Palace and QPR, Chelsea found useful opposition who could only contain them for half of a football match before the Blues ran away with both 5th and 6th round ties. Then in a stroke of luck, Chelsea avoided both Manchester United and Leeds United and looked out on a team polluting the bottom half of the second tier in Watford. A similar narrative played out level at half time until Chelsea ran away with proceedings, winning 5-1 at White Hart Lane. 4 weeks later they'd meet Leeds at Wembley in the thin hope of third time lucky after previous FA Cup finals had been lost, first of which at Old Trafford in 1915 against Sheffield United, second of which we've already shown you. In Leeds, Chelsea were supposed to receive a knackered opponent because Leeds were going through 2 legs of a European Cup semi-final against Jockstein's Celtic. Then again, thanks to the FA, everyone was knackered because the season had been condensed to allow for preparations ahead of the World Cup in Mexico. Whilst Leeds were stumbling over the finish line as part of an attempt to treble, Chelsea sat a place behind them, ambling through meaningless games with no chance of catching them or the eventual champions, Harry Catterick's Everton. Chelsea had to make do without Alan Hudson in midfield, meaning Tommy Baldwin would be utilised out of position. Both teams would have to make do with the right mess the Horse of the Year show had created. Wembley was set for the final, but with a pitch more accustomed to the Unibond League.
Aim towards Jack Charlton. No, it's a goal! It's gone to Houseman with a shot. And a goal! Oh, terrible mistake there! Again, Jones, a goal! Nick Jones, 2-1. Turns to curling in again. Hutchinson, a goal! By Ian Hutchinson. There goes the whistle for the end of extra time, and for the first time since 1912. The FA Cup needs a replay.
Peter Bernetti had kept Chelsea in the cup, providing a man-of-the-match display at the start of what would be a bittersweet summer for the goalkeeper of England. Plenty of cup finals had been drawn, most recently in 65 and 68, but on those occasions it had been settled in extra time. In fact, there hadn't been an FA Cup final replay since 1912, when Barnsley and West Brom moved from Crystal Palace to Bramall Lane long before Wembley had been built. 58 years on, the replay would be played 18 days later and away from the capital. It would be taken up north just as it had done in 1912 when the more northern team ultimately benefited. Now Chelsea had to traipse up to Old Trafford for the replay to meet quite possibly the greatest team in England at the time. The only thing on their side was that the playing surface wouldn't be as much of a mud bath.
And he's still going on for Jones to go! And there's the ball coming in, it's good! A wonderful goal! Box again, just to see what that might produce. It's a good long one. Long one again towards David Webb! And Chelsea are in the lead! For the long throw of Ian Hutchinson. Just listen to the reception they're getting from those Chelsea fans.
Eddie Gray, who gave Chelsea defenders the runaround at Wembley, was nullified this time by Ron Harris in a match which would become famous for 2 things. It was broadcast to almost 30 million people in Britain, and it was a nasty game by modern standards would have seen half the field sent off. It was Leeds after all. Come the 1970-71 campaign, Ian Hutchinson essentially carried his glut of form into this season, netting in the Charity Shield defeat to league champions Everton. Then he grabbed himself a double on the opening day at home to Derby County, only to break his arm in a 1-1 draw at the City Ground. After just 3 league goals, injuries would rob Hutchinson of his Chelsea career. After an inconsistent winter where Hutchinson returned to the goals at home to West Brom in January and away to Stoke, the very next game away at the Dell saw Hutchinson tear his knee cartilage. Back in the 70s, this spelled the end of his season and basically the beginning of the end of his career. Hutchinson's strike partner was hardly in the good books either, suffering an extremely harsh, lengthy 8-week ban for a series of yellow cards. He'd not scored in the league in 1971 yet, as John Hollins and Alan Hudson took on the goal-scoring mantle for a miserable Chelsea. The club though simply had to march on, regardless. And what better way to do so than in a return to European action? Club Brugge had outclassed Chelsea in Belgium, and Sexton's side returned to Stamford Bridge without a clean sheet and a 2-goal deficit. That depression continued through a losing trip to White Hart Lane and a mind-bogglingly bad goalless draw at home to Huddersfield Town a week later. Not the ideal preparation for what would become known as the first great European night under the Stamford Bridge lights, as the Blues ran out 4-0 winners after extra time. Spurs had won the League Cup, Arsenal were busy eloping to only the second ever league and FA Cup double of the 20th century, and so this should have been the fuel to Chelsea's fire as they entered the spring. Peter Osgood had returned to the pitch, and the goals and the Cup Winners' Cup semi-final draw brought them even more fire. They'd be met with some familiar foes, Manchester City. And it was easy, too easy. Either way, Athens was all set for May 19th, 1971, and Chelsea would finally be a European finalist. They'd be meeting the ultimate European finalist, Real Madrid, who saved their place thanks to a Piri goal 8 minutes from time at home to PSV Eindhoven. Champions of Europe 6 times, fair enough, it had been 5 years since their last continental triumph, and players like Gento, Di Stefano and Puskas were now just hazy memories of a bygone era. If ever there was a time Chelsea could meet Real Madrid as equals, it was now. A match that played out without broadcast in the UK criminally, except for the extra time period on BBC Radio, because the more important England vs Wales home championship clash came on the very same night. 1971 was a very long time ago. The replay, unlike the FA Cup the prior year, would be turned around almost immediately, exactly 48 hours in the same stadium. So Chelsea did what English footballers did after an intense game. They got absolutely arseholed. There'd be outcry these days, but in 1971...
And Dempsey has scored! Number 8, Baldwin. Osgood. And he scored! Osgood has done it! It's all over! The whistle has gone! Chelsea have won the European Cup Winners' Cup for the first time in the club's history, and Chelsea fans race onto the pitch.
England was conquered, partially, and now Europe was conquered, again, partially, not in the top competition, but Chelsea were here, the 1970s were in full swing, and seemingly nothing could stop them from being a force in England and on the continent.
Turned in again, and now Greenhoff looking for it in the delicate chip there, a deep one towards Richie, got it down again, and a good save, and he's Stoke have won, to the delight of their bench and their supporters.
The decline set in with the League Cup final defeat to Stoke, Chelsea's last major cup final for 22 years. In the post-season, Chelsea's oncoming demise was telegraphed by the demolition of the East Stand. Now Stamford Bridge had become a building site. It truly was a scruffy stadium, far cry from all the pomp of the King's Road. Now you could see a graveyard beyond the foundations of the old stand, a sign of things to come. The subsequent season began well, but an autumn days fell into a shock exit from the League Cup semi-finals to Norwich City. Nor could they stop Arsenal's charge to a third successive FA Cup final as the Gunners shot Chelsea down after a replay in the quarter-final. 12th became 17th in the league, and after no joy in the Cups and a player revolt, Dave Sexton was gone. He'd put both Osgood and Alan Hudson on the transfer list in January 1974 for being bad influences, i.e. getting shit-faced when they weren't supposed to. This would become known as the moment the wheels were put in motion for Chelsea's relegation. The 1975 relegation was all but confirmed when Chelsea went away and lost at White Hart Lane 2-0 on April the 19th. That was the afternoon the club was plunged into the drop zone and, with 2 matches left, were doomed. A point back on Spurs, Chelsea would go down with Luton Town and Carlisle United after Ron Suart couldn't correct the course as manager and Eddie McCready was given the feckless task of returning the Blues to the top flight. He'd achieved that in 2 years' time, but that's a story for another day. The golden age of Chelsea was earned by combining 2 key historical facets to the club's foundation. Firstly, they spent wildly more than anybody in England in the 10 years between Tommy Docherty's hiring in 1961 and the Cup Winners' Cup triumph of 1971. But in that 1.25 million came only a net spend of 10 grand. That is because Chelsea had been handed a blueprint by Billy Burrell during the Second World War that they should harness their own youth products. In winning the FA Youth Cups of the early 60s, the club was able to source profit from Jimmy Greaves and Terry Venables whilst keeping club legends Bobby Tamblyn, Alan Hudson and Peter Osgood around. The entertainment of the Docherty era bled seamlessly into the sensible successors of Dave Sexton, built upon a foundation of industry. Adapting Ian Hutchinson from fullback to centre forward proved a masterstroke, as did the unsung hero of Peter Houseman. He was transformed into a pivotal match-winning winger under Sexton, but continued to suffer abuse from his own crowd merely for not being George Best. As Best tanked his career in a blaze, Houseman was prolonging the 1970 FA Cup run with a 4th round replay goal against Burnley and netting in the second leg against Club Brugge a year later, 2 goals that spurred Chelsea on for their best pre-Roman Abramovich successors. It truly was the first Chelsea golden age. They might not have won the title as a previous team had done in '55, but they had won every available cup to them, most impressively in Europe. And admittedly, they were still the poorer cousin of Arsenal across town.
Johnson from Iceland is the man taking it. And he saved it! Spurs have won it! Tony Parks is the hero!
Think of Spurs before the Premier League and you'll instantly be drawn to Bill Nicholson, but peel that back and there's so much more to the club. It's Hoddle, it's Villa's goal at Wembley, it's winning in Europe again. These are the underrated Keith Birkinshaw years. Bill Nicholson had long been burned out, his decision making long since erratic as the manager of the White Hart Lane club. He'd bought players like Alfie Conn that never fit his mould, and when he wasn't doing that, he wasn't buying players at all. For his successor in the 1974-75 season, merely the promotions of Ray Evans and Chris McGrath to the first team had to do. A 4-0 defeat against Middlesbrough on home soil in the League Cup ended the great era. The club had asked him to stay on for 2 weeks, so the Blanchflower with an up-to-date coaching model that saw Johnny Giles interviewed to become player coach. In the end, Spurs spaffed all those ideas up a wall when they hired a former Arsenal player in Terry Neal. Nicholson would not be given a post-managerial role. For now. Neal was asked, aged 32, to take on an empire of a football club, and his first soundbite could have gone better when he said, "I am as surprised as you are to find myself at Tottenham." The former gunner brought in John Duncan up front. Meanwhile, far too much onus was placed on the youth of Neil McNabb, Mike Dillon and Keith Osgood. It was a dreadful campaign that saw Spurs occupying the drop zone as late as April. However, the revival had already begun with a Steve Perryman endorsed 3-0 win at home to Wolves on March the 28th. QPR and Luton were downed either side of April Fool's Day ahead of a crucial relegation 4-pointer with Chelsea at the Lane on April 19th. A win and Spurs will be out of the drop zone ahead of a trip to Highbury. Naturally, Arsenal dispatched the Lily Whites, which left a tense final day at home to Leeds. The permutations were simple, thanks to both Luton and Chelsea finishing up their seasons beforehand. A point would be enough for survival. Leeds in 9th had bigger fish to fry, like the European Cup final, so it was D-Day at the Lane. A win on the pitch, but by no means a victory or triumph. Spurs were breaking up fast. Martin Peters had his run-ins with a new manager and was quickly dispatched to Norwich. Joe Kinnear would soon join him. Phil Beale had departed for Brighton and Terry Neal even employed a clairvoyant. There was one sliver of light though in the summer of 1975. Glenn Hoddle had graduated to the first team. That and a first half of the season run to the final four of the League Cup in time for the new year. A new year that also pitted Spurs against handicap team Stoke City in the third round of the FA Cup, who took them to a replay. As we entered 1976, it was destined to be another case of Spurs looking over their shoulder as they sat in 16th. So they reached for an old familiar, lean back and rely on the cup competitions.
Allen races onto a ball, rounds Pat Jennings and side-foots it into the net. Glenn Keely jumps high and heads Newcastle into the lead for the first time on aggregate. So he slots the ball through superbly to Noti, who's plenty of time.
Duncan has got round. Perriman now. Blinding goal by Steve Perriman. Up towards the near post. And Jennings had lost it, turned in by Moores. So often the onus on him, and on him with a vengeance now. Salmons to take.
In the space of 3 days, Spurs were stripped of their purpose for the 1975-76 campaign, and it was only in mid-March and 5 league wins on the spin that they pulled clear of the drop zone. Despite the 9th place in the league, the writing had long been on the wall for Terry Neal. Bertie Mee's resignation at Arsenal simply gave him a push back to where his true calling was, in North London. But let's rewind back to the summer of 1975. I said there was one sliver of light for Spurs, but it wasn't Hoddle I was on about, it was Keith Birkinshaw. The hiring of the Barnsley-born coach was single-handedly the best thing Terry Neal ever did for Spurs. Either way, Birkinshaw was promoted as coach, a massive relief after upping his entire life from the north and bringing it down to London just 12 months prior. Thankfully, the hierarchy had seen through the dynamic that he and Neal had had. Birkinshaw the workhorse, Neal the public figure. The new manager, however, was starting from the bottom. Cyril Knowles had retired, Martin Chivers, Jimmy Neighbour, Alfie Conn and Ralph Coates had either left that summer or were due their departure. The start to the season was disastrous, gaining a point from 3 games, which was thankfully rectified by wins at Old Trafford and at home to Leeds United. Rectified but not for long, as Spurs embarked on an all-time horrific run. They bombed out of the League Cup to Wrexham at home, got slapped for 8, yes 8, away to Derby and won just 2 more league games in the remainder of 1976. As they sat mired in the relegation zone as fireworks crackled all over London, they looked around to their new relegation rivals, Bristol City, West Ham and Sunderland, 3 clubs they had lost to in 3 successive matches in November. Birkinshaw knew he had a tough task but probably didn't realise it was going to be this bad. Then they were drawn a trip to South Wales in the 3rd round of the FA Cup.
Good ball, and a good chance, and a great goal! Peter Sayer, number 10, the scorer.
Normally the season would be over for Spurs now, but league form wasn't picking up anytime soon. Just look at February 1977, 4 matches, 4 defeats, bottom of the pile, 16 games to save their season, and 1 point away from safety. Spurs' season was only just getting started.
Huddle, here's Jones.
And that triumph over Aston Villa just about kept Spurs in the game. Sure, they were only goal difference away from safety with 2 games to go, but they were also the only team to have played 40 matches. Next was a trip to Main Road, and Manchester City could hardly have been worst opponents. They were hungry for a league title they hadn't won in 9 years and were within touching distance of league leaders Liverpool.
It's towards Booth's head. 1-0. Barnes. Up to 4 for Stewart. Knocked on by Owen. Chased by Barnes. Now can he finish this one? Oh yes. Oh, what a beauty. And Hartwell. 4-0. And he's got Kidd unmarked inside him and Osgood in 2 minds. Kidd, 5-0.
Still, Spurs clung on in there, 2 points and a disadvantaged goal difference ahead of their final match against Leicester City. Only now they were bottom and still everybody had games in hand on them. Spurs needed a win and a list of favours as long as your arm. They got the win 2-0 against the Foxes, a team they once shared an FA Cup final pitch with 16 years ago in the double winning campaign. They didn't get one favour. West Ham got a point at Anfield, which coincidentally was enough for the Reds to win the league. Then QPR went to Elland Road and won, while Sunderland got a point at Norwich. Tottenham Hotspur's 27-year association with the First Division was over. Pat Jennings left a gaping hole in goal as he left Spurs for Arsenal that summer. One man who wasn't leaving, Keith Birkinshaw, who was backed by the hierarchy to take the club back into the First Division. Now that the worst had already happened, what next?
High towards Colin Lee, won it well in the air.
The 9-0 over Bristol Rovers, slapping teams like Oldham Athletic, Sheffield United, Blackburn Rovers and Luton Town. Season, they entertained Hull on the outside, looking in to the 3 promotion places. Brighton waiting for just one to slip up. Bolton were already promoted, Brighton host Thrills 0-0 draw and were proven right. Both went up, Brighton were left to seethe, and Spurs were back into the big time and out of the doldrums.
And it's going in. Back for Abdile. And a goal surely for Colin Lee. Back now to Pratt. That counts.
And if anything, it did the club the world of good. Glenn Hoddle had got some vital experience and was already becoming the man at Spurs. Bill Nicholson had been brought back as a scout by Birkinshaw, and the club were about to make an enormous splash upon their return to the First Division. Not on the pitch, 11th for nowhere in the Cups wasn't setting anybody's world ablaze. Nope. Through the £750,000 splurge on 2 geniuses from Argentina, Osvaldo Ardiles and Ricardo Villa. Just like that, the club was changed. Naturally, the headlines drifted towards the Argentines, the manager and the homegrown star boy, Glenn Hoddle. Under the surface, Bill Nicholson was still making the club tick, acquiring talent whilst players like Chris Hughton, Mickey Hazard, Tony Galvin trickled through the door at the behest of youth coach Peter Shreve.
Centre-half Paul Miller, his first league goal, and what a good one it was there, bowling in Ricky Villa's corner.
The second season back was another of stability, closer to the European spots than of relegation in the league, and a half-hearted attempt in the FA Cup. Only now it seemed like there was an organisation and a belief about the club. In the summer of 1980, Spurs went as big in the transfer market as they had ever gone, to price Steve Archibald from Aberdeen for over £1 million and pairing him off with Stoke's Garth Crooks, valued at over half that. From the very first match against the reigning European champions, they both showed their worth instantly.
His first of the season. Crooks is away. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's brilliant.
Then a win over the self-proclaimed team of the 80s, Crystal Palace, followed, and whilst Arsenal were eliminated in a decent League Cup run and beaten again in league competition in the new year, it was quickly apparent in the early weeks of 1981 that this season was boiling down to one thing again.
This was met by Crooks. 1-2 with Crooks, and top-class finishing that puts his side 2-0 ahead. For the season so far, laid on the goal for Glenn Hoddle and gives Spurs a 4th-round tie against Hull.
Put home side ahead with only 7 minutes remaining. Yes, the scorer was Steve Archibald. Spurs 2, Hull 0.
Ardiles has got a great shot. And he scored. Hoddle's flick. Lacey. Archibald. Houghton is well forward, it's Chris Houghton, it's there!
And here's Hoddle on the edge of the penalty area, floated to the far side there. It's going to be Hoddle with the kick, floated straight at Bones! And it's there by Miller!
open. Crooks is there. Oh, yes! Number 2 for Crooks. Villiers shot. Oh! 3-0. And Ricky Villiers produces another marvellous moment for Spurs.
10th in the league as Crooks and Villa combined for the goals in Highbury's semi-final. All eyes were pointed to Wembley on May the 9th for Spurs' first proper visit to Wembley since the League Cup final of 1973.
Mike with an early ball played in there. And a goal by Hutchison! Beating a wall. And this probably is the first real opportunity he's had. He's about 20 yards out. He's well to the right of goal. Hoddle turning it. An own goal by Hutchison.
It is Archibald has got a chance. Good save, Ricky Villiers.
Ranson with the kick. Miller, Reeves underneath it. And now Hutchison to McKenzie. Oh, tremendous goal. Here comes Reeves, and it's there. What a chance here for Archibald. Crooks. Villiers. And still Ricky Villiers. What a fantastic run. He scored. Amazing goal.
Spurs were officially back as a force in English football. Silverware had been won. They were busy whipping Ajax on their return to European competition, and Pat Jennings had finally been replaced as Ray Clements entered through the doors.
Shook off Millery there. And he made room for Hazard.
Seemingly nothing could stop Spurs now. They'd returned to Wembley, albeit in defeat to Liverpool when contesting the League Cup final. However, they were one of the Reds' challengers for the title. Even if they were an outside shot, they were still on the fringes of the conversation even in the spring, especially now with 3 points for a win up for grabs. They were busy preparing for another FA Cup semi-final when clashing omens saw a comfortable looking clash against Leicester be played at an unlucky venue in Villa Park. The draw had opened up to the other contenders with West Brom and QPR. Surely Spurs' name was on the trophy, on multiple trophies potentially. There was Barcelona to come to the lane in the week for a semi-final of a Cup Winners' Cup clash. Everything was rosy in the Spurs garden. Until
it would appear the sun has set on yet another corner of the British Empire. This one far down in the South Atlantic. Argentina today invaded and seized the Falkland Islands, which have been under British rule for nearly 150 years.
Which sounds completely unrelated, doesn't it? But let me remind you that Spurs had 2 top Argentine footballers under their employ. With society already at fever pitch under the rule of Margaret Thatcher, a war chucked onto the smouldering embers of the country had potential to needlessly torch the good work being done innocently at White Hart Lane. The news of conflict in the Falklands reached British shores on the morning of the club's semi-final against Leicester. Birkinshaw now had something huge in his in tray that morning, and he decided to start both Villa and Ardiles.
Played for Ardiles. Coming into Crooks! Brilliantly executed well. Crossed in once more towards Hazard and Crooks. And it's an own goal by Wilson!
It had already been pre-arranged that Ardiles would reconvene with his national team after the match in advance of their preparations for the 1982 World Cup in Spain. It left Birkinshaw with one fewer decision to make, but in light of death threats aimed at Villa, he was pulled from the team that made the cup final against QPR. By then it was Spurs' only chance at silverware in '82. Barcelona had edged them out of a semi-final in Europe, and one too many slip-ups either side of that in the league against Sunderland, Manchester United and Birmingham City had Spurs out of the championship running by May. There would be no chance of a Ricky Villa masterclass in this final, but it was a tie that went the full distance regardless.
Hoddle! It's there! It's there! He won it with the tackle and he scored the goal! Roberts, it was Hazel's flick, and Fenwick was in there, and it's a goal! Terry Fenwick. What happens here? Tony Curry comes in with the tackle, down he goes, penalty, Hoddle to take. Scores!
Never has a penalty been missed in an FA Cup final at Wembley.
After such a wonderful Munich in the earlier rounds of the Cup Winners' Cup, Spurs' season effectively ended in the first few weeks of 1983. Burnley surprisingly turfed them out of the League Cup quarter-final before Spurs' invincibility in the FA Cup ended with a fifth-round trip to Goodison exact 23 points off Liverpool's unimpeachable pace at the top of the league, and this time they had no comfort of games in hand. What they quickly did find was Alan Brazil from Ipswich Town. He made his debut at Vicarage Road on Wishing in the bottom half. Although not much use outside of this season, Alan Brazil re-injected a bit of life into White Hart Lane.
Carried on his run as well, and he's in here, Chris Hughton with a chance, and a goal! In numbers, Falco! Pick that one out! Chris Hughton is to go for goal, it's 3! With the free kick, decides to come in, does he get there? And Falco gets another! As Brazil is in here, is this to be his moment to get on the score sheet to make it 5?
Peppering over the cracks to finish 4th, combined with nothing from cup competitions, the subsequent 1983-84 campaign had no right to be as fondly remembered as it would become. Sure, Steve Archibald struck up a run of form that had Barcelona swimming around like starving piranhas, but they were losing their Argentine magic. They wouldn't string together 2 league wins until October, and they bounced out of domestic cups early, to Arsenal in the League Cup and to Norwich in the FA Cup. However, what you're seeing right now was the beginning of something special, i.e. the reason Spurs fans look back on 1984 all misty-eyed with gooey hearts. Once the 14-0 aggregate triumph over Irish opposition was achieved, the competition suddenly got pretty spicy.
He was having this rich vein of form, Steve Archibald, and he was on hand there.
We'll take this kick. Roberts at the far post, almost left. He got it, the header. Archibald! Got it!
Graham as a take. Roberts won it, Hazard, nice control, and Archibald. And Hazard goes for goal. Oh yes! Spurs in front.
From Hoddle outclassing Cruyff in Rotterdam and Steve Archibald sinking Bayern to Ardiles and Brazil's final flurries in a tempestuous Austria Wien and Mark Falco's away goal in Split, Spurs had reached the final. Across 2 legs they would meet Anderlecht. This wasn't the game's gone modern day 2020s Anderlecht with no chance of winning. This was an Anderlecht who were reigning UEFA Cup champions, who had 2 Cup Winners' Cups under their belt from the 70s and were the toughest proposition yet.
Dangerous, making the extra man. And they scored! Chiniatinski! Oh, he got return there for Ardiles. And he's hit the crossbar. Roberts! He's done it! 1-1! He beat Fox. Saved it! Score! He's now. And he has it! Can say. No! Is the man taking it? And he saved it! Spurs have won it!
Of the night, Ozzy Ardiles said, "We won the UEFA Cup, but this team was finishing its life." That all but confirmed when Keith Birkinshaw resigned shortly afterwards. The club had already changed the moment they decided to renovate the West Stand at a cost of £3 million. In footing such an enormous bill, close to a year's turnover, the club found themselves leasing out executive boxes in the new stand, which drew the attention to local boy got rich Irving Scholar, a Spurs supporter. Long and dull story short, Scholar wanted to lease out a box, ended up in the thick of a spat between Chairman Sidney Whale and Arthur Richardson, and reached the point in 1983 where he got control of the club and was able to float it on the stock exchange. This was a new Spurs, a more commercial Spurs, with a harsh dividing line of the UEFA Cup win over Anderlecht achieved in the summer of '84, a fairly new ownership structure and a team on the pitch that was brand new. Birkinshaw was never going to be able to live up to the Bill Nicholson time at the club, but he got pretty close. He was able to retain the FA Cup just like he did, something that no club had done in the 20-year period between. He was able to win on the continent like he did. But Birkinshaw was unable to win the league. Then again, he was handed a distinctly different set of circumstances. Whilst Bill Nicholson was handed opponents like an over-the-hill Wolves team governed by Stan Cullis and flash in the pans Burnley and Ipswich, Spurs now had the challenge of wresting control away from an almighty Liverpool governed by the boot room in the 1970s and 80s.